Hello and welcome to the Let's Talk Seahawks podcast. I am your host, Adam Carver-Stelman. Robert Smith will be joining me shortly. Welcome to day two of the NFL draft. After an exciting day one, the Seahawks took arguably the two best players at their positions. At number five, with our first pick in the NFL draft, we selected Devon Witherspoon, cornerback out of the University of Illinois. And followed it up by staying pat, not trading, no trades actually from the Seahawks on day one. But at pick 20, we took Jackson Smith and Jigba, the consensus number one wide receiver in the draft. He's going to be filling that slot position for us, although he does have the ability to play on the outside. Great draft for us. I mean, I think NFL Network gave us an A+. We've seen some pretty high grades overall for most people, which something the Seahawks weren't used to for sure over the last several years. But last year we got similar grades, and again, it was just by taking the best player available on the board, which is what I think the Seahawks did in this case. Um, Obviously, it was a little bit of a shock to see them take a cornerback in the first round, something the Seahawks have not done in the Pete Carroll era. The highest we've drafted a cornerback was I believe, second or third round. I think it was the second round. Um, and then the same with wide receiver. We have not taken a wide receiver in the first round, I think, since 2001. So well before the Pete Carroll, John Schneider era began in Seattle. But we did this year. So we bucking a few trends. I think most people thought that what we were looking at was going to be Seahawks, the Seattle, sticking with the trench warfare. We obviously need help still along the interior the interior of the offensive and defensive lines. So yeah, let's talk about what the Seahawks might do today. So we have three picks for day two. So that's two picks in the second round and one pick in the third round. So I think we have numbers 37, 52, and I believe 83. And I probably should have had that pulled up so I could tell you exactly what it is. But in any case, the Seahawks have three picks, so there's definitely some maneuverability for them here on day two. And there's just a ridiculous amount of prospects. Again, with the Seahawks kind of going a bit left field with their two day one picks, that kind of changed up the draft board. So yeah, we'll be looking to see what they're going to do with their two picks on day two. It's pretty rare that the Seahawks don't make at least a few trades during the NFL draft. So the fact that they didn't make any yesterday kind of leads you to wonder what they got planned for today. I'm positive John Schneider has been going hard since sunrise today, getting ready for today's draft. I'm sure he's been on the phones. So it's entirely possible. Excuse me. It's entirely possible that we see a trade to kick off today. The day does begin with the Steelers at pick 32. And you heard that right. It's pick 32. There were only 31 picks in the first round this year. And I think everyone expects it to be quarterback. And you guys know, if you guys have been watching, that I'm horrible with names. Joey Porter Jr. That's what we need Rob here. Not only to prevent me from just rambling on for several minutes at a time, but also to feed me names because I completely forget them. In any case, when the Steelers ended up trading up from the number 17 pick yesterday, I think Robbie too thought, oh, this has got to be Joey Porter Jr. I mean, he was projected to go in the first round, although it was more late first round or mid to late first round than early where they were picking. But it's just such a perfect pick. I mean, the Steelers have need in the defensive backfield, and then of course they have a connection. Joey Porter Sr. was an outstanding pass rusher for the Steelers back in the day. So yeah, that's I think that we're on Joey Porter Jr. watch right now with the Steelers taking or having the first pick in the second round today. But let's get back to the Seahawks. Like I said, there's been mostly positive reviews for the picks, at least from the talking heads. Now, if you go on Seahawks Twitter, it's a little bit different. There were definitely quite a few people that I've seen that were a little upset by the draft. Questioning why pass up a generational talent like Jalen Carter. And if you've listened to the Seahawks or listened to our podcast going into yesterday, you know that we kind of felt the same way. If Jalen Carter was there, we thought he's the surefire pick. But again, in Pete and John, we trust. So in my mind, I'm sure that obviously they met with him. I don't know if they had time to meet with him at the combine because of the short period of time that he was there, but they were at the Georgia Pro Day, so I'm sure they talked to him then. And he was one of our top 30 visits here in Seattle. So my guess is that they just didn't feel like he was a good fit, and I, kind of hard to argue with the track record that Pete and John have for drafting guys that make this team better. So my guess is that they just didn't feel comfortable taking him. Now he still ends up in a great spot, obviously going to the Philadelphia Eagles at pick number 9. So good for him. I think there probably wasn't a better situation for him to be stepping into. So yeah, I feel completely comfortable with. Now, again, going a bit away from our traditional draft strategy of taking cornerbacks a little bit later as developmental guys, something that's worked out really well for the Seahawks. If you can remember a guy named Richard Sherman, we took him in the 5th round, and he turned out okay. And then last year we did the same thing. We took another cornerback in the 5th round. We also took one in the 4th round. My guy, Mr. Kobe Bryant, wears number 8 for the Seattle Seahawks, and he was transitioned into a slot cornerback. We'll kind of see what that does today. I mean, obviously with Devon Witherspoon coming in, you'd think that those 2 outside spots are pretty much nailed down between him and Tariq Woolen, but because especially with Witherspoon, who has the ability to play that slot, I think we're going to see him move around a little bit more like a chess piece. I mean, we brought in a safety in Julian Love, who also can man the slot. So I feel a little a little betrayed because I love Kobe Bryant. I think he had a standout year. I'd love to see what he's able to do on the outside. We'll see if he gets a chance to do that this year. My guess is he will be playing on the outside at least a little bit more than he did last year, because I think we're going to see Devon Witherspoon move into the slot, depending on what the offensive makeup is that they're going up against. But yeah, it's going to be exciting. I mean, we now have a pretty deep secondary, the likes of which we probably haven't seen since 2012, 2013, when we had guys like Byron Maxwell, Walter Thurman, and Brandon Brown are all there going through and holding down the spot opposite Richard Sherman. But look, Pete Carroll seemed super excited about drafting Devon Witherspoon. He said he actually shouted out his former USC safety, Troy Polamalu, which is pretty high praise. And now, obviously, completely different style players, and they play different positions. But he said that the passion and ferocity with which this guy plays reminded him of Troy Polamalu. And look, if we get somebody with that kind of tenacity and ability in our backfield, sky's the limit. I mean, Troy Polamalu is a Hall of Fame player. So I'm excited to see what Devon Witherspoon brings to the Seattle Seahawks facility. With their second pick, they took a wide receiver, something that had been mocked to the Seahawks quite often. Something I didn't see as a need going into the first round, or at least not an eminent need. I don't think most people did. We were all pretty sure they were going to stick with the trenches, but they ended up taking Jackson Smith-Njigba out of Ohio State. This is a guy who unfortunately had a pretty injury-shortened 2022 season, last season. After you turn 40, you try and shave decades off your age, which is apparently what I just tried to do there. But yeah, so we took Devon Witherspoon primarily to man that slot, which was seen as an area of need. This is a guy who, even though he had that injury-shortened season last year, you go back to the year before, and he was dynamic. I mean, he set NFC or NCAA records for receiving yards with over 1,600. He was also a star on an Ohio State team that featured 2 guys on the outside. One guy in Garrett Williams, who won the offensive rookie of the year last year for the New York Jets, and the other guy was Chris Olave, who also went in the first round to the New Orleans Saints last year, and was in the running, or at least in the discussion, for being offensive rookie of the year as well, because he put up a pretty fantastic numbers, especially considering that he had some rotating quarterback room. So kudos to both of those guys. And if we can get even close to that production out of Jackson Jigba for his rookie year, we are going to have a dynamic receiving room. I mean, you've got to imagine with Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf kind of holding down those two outside spots, and then getting a guy with the ability of Jackson Smith and Jigba to be coming over the middle and in the slot. Yeah, Geno Smith's got to be happy. I'm happy for him because the idea was, or at least the contract that he signed this year, is pretty incentive laden, and it's all about matching or eclipsing his numbers from last year. And I think with with a guy like Jackson Smith and Jigba manning the slot, that's almost a fait accompli. So congratulations to Geno Smith for getting the most out he could out of this contract, because I think he's going to have some success with this that guy coming in on offense. And the Seahawks aren't done. My guess is we're still going to add some offensive weapons now. This is a really deep tight end draft. We only saw one tight end go yesterday in Dalton Kincaid out of Utah. And I would expect the Seahawks to take advantage of this deep class at some point. Sorry, getting some text. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. We've got my brother-in-law, Mr. Predictor, going in, and he nailed a couple of the draft picks yesterday, so he's giving me some of his picks today. And it looks like he thinks the Hawks are going to go with Joe Tippmann, the center out of Wisconsin, which I think would be a fantastic pick. I don't know that he's the best available pick at number 37, but they obviously need interior defensive line. So Larry, if you're watching, we will let you know if and when you are correct. I'm just going to give him a real quick back. This is a little bit more difficult when it's just one guy. Usually I've got Robbie to kind of feed off. So I apologize if I'm rambling. I'm just trying to keep someone engaged. There's no one on the on right now, or at least I don't think anyone's watching. But if someone is, please don't mind me. So yeah, getting back to what the Seahawks are going to look to do today. Again, we think that we're going to see them in the trenches. So we're looking at them going after again either offensive or defensive line. My guess is that's going to be the focus today. Although again, with this really deep tight end class, I would assume that they're going to target some guy. Maybe if not today, they'll definitely go for one on day 3. But there is just a plethora of guys out there that could be game changers for the Seahawks at that position. It's not necessarily a position of need. I mean, we have 3 starting tight ends right now, all of which had pretty significant impact for us last year at the position, but we've got one guy in Will Dissly who just can't seem to stay on the field, even though when he's out there, he's a fantastic player. We love Uncle Will. He's a great blocker and has proven to have really soft hands and be able to get the job done on third downs. So it'll be nice to see him back on the field next year, and hopefully he can put together a full season for us. Then we have 2 others in Colby Parkinson and Noah Fant, who came over in the Russell Wilson trade from Denver, who are both in the final years of their contracts. So even though it doesn't seem a pressing need for this season, looking to the future, we're definitely going to need some help in that tight end room if we don't end up re-signing either or both of those guys. And there are plenty of guys to take a look at. Obviously, at least who was the consensus number 1 tight end, that being Michael Mayer out of Notre Dame, is still available. He slipped. We've also got guys like my personal favorite, Darnell Washington out of Georgia, still available. And there's the controversial guy in Luke Musgrave at Oregon that's also out there. So there's some pretty top tier tight end talent still on the board. But again, I think the Seahawks are probably going to be looking to focus on the trenches. We're again, interior offensive and defensive line are still both a thing of need, and there's plenty of guys out there to take a look at. When we were doing our rankings, I was highlighting guys on day 2 like Siaki Ika out of Baylor, who I think is going to be available. We still don't have a guy, that big meat guy in the middle to hold down that nose tackle spot. So he's a guy to take a look at. There's also Keanu Benton, who, even though he's not technically a nose tackle, as Robbie loves to point out when I bring him up, he he certainly has the weight and athleticism to be a terror along that defensive line, no matter where we kind of put him. Though I think D end in a 3-4 is probably more his perfect position, but we'll see. There's also tons of guys out there. You know, Robbie likes to highlight later round guys. I think. Hey, speaking of Robbie, welcome to the podcast.
Yes. Sorry, I had to go put the baby down to sleep. So, dadding kind of comes first, but I'm glad we're here.
Absolutely, it does. Well, welcome. Well, Rob, we've already kind of done a quick recap of the draft so far. Kind of highlighted some guys that we think are standouts on day 2, and I know that I think we're on Joey Porter Jr. watch starting right now. So,
yeah, I would agree with that. In fact, I think that's what a lot of people are expecting. I know the Steelers are entertaining offers for that pick. They've received several offers, but it's too perfect to bring Joey Porter Jr. in there, and I would love to see it.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think even if they do end up trading out of that spot, I think they could still have a chance to grab him. I don't know that anybody's. I mean, obviously, depending on who they trade to, if they. Oop, hey, that sounds like ESPN.
Yeah, I was trying to get the draft going. So.
If they make a trade to a place like Jacksonville, they might not see Joey Porter Jr. fall anymore because Jacksonville definitely needs help in that cornerback room. But yeah, I still think it's a possibility. Even if they do trade back, they could still pick up Joey Porter Jr. But man, if I was them, I just wouldn't take the risk. I mean, this is a first round talent guy, and yeah, the storyline is just too perfect. I mean, let's start the day off with a bang and take him.
Oh, 100%. I think he's also too good of a talent to not go. If any team packages a couple picks to come up and grab him, then that's a win because he is that talented of a player that you want to get out there and get him. I was shocked that he fell out of the first round.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think the reason for that was the Washington Commanders kind of going with what I didn't seem like not that there's anything wrong with Emmanuel Forbes, but I was not seeing him as a day one guy. A lot due to his size. I mean, this is a smaller cornerback or a slider cornerback. I shouldn't say smaller. He is over 6 feet, but it's 165 pounds. I mean, that is a pretty lean guy to have out there on the field. I remember basically talking about the defensive back version of and again, as soon as I start thinking of people, I forget their names. The wide receiver taken by the Philadelphia Eagles a couple of years ago. Smith is his last name, and I cannot remember.
Oh, Devontae Smith.
Thank you. I told you this is why I have Robbie on here to tell me the names of people that I forget. But yeah, I mean, you're looking at another guy that's pretty wiry. Now again, Devontae Smith has not had any problem staying on the field for the Philadelphia Eagles at his weight. Obviously, cornerback, a little bit more of a physical position, less of a finesse position than wide receiver, but it can be done.
Yes, it can. Yeah, no, so the couple that shocked me, I was shocked about Jahmyr Gibbs going as early as he went. I was shocked about Emmanuel Forbes going ahead of some of those other corners that were available. I like Jack Campbell. I think he's a first-round player, but with the tone of the NFL, I was surprised that he went at 18. Let's see what else. And then, yeah, I think the slide by a couple guys, Joey Porter Jr., of course, is the main one that comes to mind, was shocking. I wasn't as high on Will Levis. It's not surprising to me that if any one of those 4 quarterbacks were to fall, he was going to be the one to do it. But I mean,
also, everybody just likes watching that lone quarterback sit in the green room, just waiting and waiting and waiting.
There were more guys. Keon White was in the green room.
No, I know.
DJ Ojolari was in the green room, I think. So there were a couple guys that were in there, but they did that on purpose. I'll agree with the shocking comment there. The Hawks picking up a wide receiver was shocking. Yeah, that's what Larry just put in the chat.
Yeah, no,
100%. I think that was a value pick. We got CB1 earlier in the draft, and then they're like, oh, wide receiver 1 is available? Well, let's go grab him. And I honestly think that was a value pick. At least I hope it was. I do want to see some beef today. Let's see some big guys. I want the trenches addressed. In fact, Quandre Diggs is with me on this one. He tweeted out, let's get it done. How about 1,000 pounds today. So I'm all about that. Give me 3 big guys today. Yeah, greater than 300 pounds. Let's address
Yeah,
these
sure.
trenches.
As long as one of them is a 265-pound tight end, I'm down.
There you go. I'm not as high on Tittman as obviously Larry is, but Adam as well. I like him. I do like him. His stance is a little high for me. I think he's slow with his hands. But other than that,
Yeah, I mean,
I like Tittman.
Those are the 2 big knocks on him. I mean, he's a leaner and taller style center, and yeah, he does kind of tend to play a little bit high. But look, we've got a fantastic offensive line coach and just staff here. So if there's anybody that can correct that, it's going to be the Seattle Seahawks. But I think the great thing about Tippmann is that positional versatility that he brings. Obviously, we've got guys ostensibly manning down both guard spots and the center spot, but he can play any of those positions. So he's a great guy to bring in and kind of have that camp battle. But you know me, the guy I want is Cody Mauch. Cody Mauch. Let's say it with me, Cody Mauch. Yep. This guy is, I think, the perfect Seattle Seahawk. If the Seahawks can find a way to get him, I think he's going to be available with that second of their second round picks, number 52. So if they can trade back, pick up a little bit more ammo at 37, I still think they can get their guy there at 52. So I can't wait. I think this is going to be. I'm more excited about today than I was yesterday. And again, maybe that's just because we've got more room to maneuver, and we've got 2 rounds as opposed to 1 round to go through. But yeah, I think this is going to be. I think we're going to see even more shocking picks today. So.
Yeah. I'm surprised. One thing, having a fussy baby all day, I didn't get a chance to make a bunch of those graphics for today. So I have about 100, and we'll just hope that those are the guys that are selected today. And if not, we'll have a banner put up, and we'll go ahead and just talk about them.
Yeah, there could be some of those sneaky late round guys.
Yep.
But look, I mean, there were as many surprises there were in day one. I think we're going to see a lot of that today. So whether or not those are guys going a little bit earlier than we thought, or guys continuing to slide. I mean, I don't see an immediate need at quarterback for almost any team in this draft after day one. I mean, obviously you've got teams like the Washington Commanders that could still look to take their quarterback in the future with both Will Levis and Hendon Hooker available to them today. So I think we could see that. But I think the Seahawks are certainly have a chance at taking a quarterback at some point today, though I hope they wait and focus on building around Geno Smith. But yeah, there are guys out there.
Oh, for sure. I'm kind of with you. I hope they wait till day 3 if the Seahawks want to draft a potential backup quarterback. There are a couple guys I like, notably late. I like Stetson Bennett. I also like Jake Haener. There are a few guys back there. Adam, I know you're big on Darren Hall, right?
Yep. Love QB
Yep.
Darren Hall out of BYU. I don't know that he's a day 2 guy for me, but look, if the Seahawks think he's a guy that they can groom, then go ahead and take him. But I think he's going to be available in those 3rd, 4th round in that 3rd, 4th round area. So I think they can wait if they're looking at a guy like that. But if we're going to target someone like Hendon Hooker or Will Levis, both guys that have I think a little bit higher floors than a guy like Jaren Hall or Jacob Haener do. Although I do love both those players, and I would be absolutely happy if the Seahawks took either of them. We're going to have to target them somewhere in this 2nd round. Though I do, I'm not going to lie, I would absolutely enjoy the frustration that would be emanating from one Will Levis if he continued to fall and missed out on a day 2 draft. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're going to see both those guys go at some point today.
Yeah, he won't fall far. But he's not going to have this just meteoric fall. It's not going to happen. Yeah, he might go. Let's see. Let's look at the order. Oh gosh, he could go at 34 to Detroit. He could go to LA, Rams. He could go to the Raiders at 38. Saints at 40. Titans at 41. There are quite a few options. I wouldn't even put it past the Jets at 43 to take him once again, just to have a young guy sitting behind Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
I don't think that there's a way that they can rescue the relationship they have with Zach Wilson. So, nor should they try. This is one of those opportunities where they should let that player go find an opportunity elsewhere.
No, I agree. I mean, when they drafted Will Levis at 2, I was a little bit shocked. I mean, it seemed like a very Jets thing to do because I don't think he was pro ready.
No,
only 1 year starter in BYU, and yeah, he looked good, but you're talking about a really young guy who definitely needed some time to develop. And when you're go to a team like the Jets that didn't have a starting quarterback and kind of get thrust in that right away, we saw that hasn't quite worked out for them in the past. I mean, certainly, but there are quite a few others. So yeah. But yeah, I mean, as Larry pointed out, I think both the Raiders and the Saints also have maybe not a need at quarterback, but could definitely go and take their guy of the future. Excuse me for 1 second. Sorry, I had to sneeze there. Didn't want to blow you guys' eardrums out.
Well, but, I know myself and everybody listening appreciates that.
Yeah, no, you're very welcome. I was glad I had to do that blind. I was amazed that I could find the mic because my eyes were closed at the point when I actually pushed mute because that sneeze was coming up. But yeah, apparently I can navigate the screen. But yeah, there are definitely teams that could take Levis early in round 2, and Hendon Hooker as well. But yeah, there's not. I can't pinpoint the one that looks like a surefire thing. So.
Yeah, I really like Hooker. I'm torn.
I think you should preface that with Hendon. I really like Hooker. Hendon Hooker. Yes, yes, you do.
Yes, Hendon Hooker. It's torn. I'm torn because we really need help in the trenches. So I don't know. Maybe take 37 if they can walk 37 back. 5, 6, maybe 10 spots. Pick up a third round to do it. That could be an option, and then you pick up and at least one offensive lineman, 2 defensive linemen, and Hendon Hooker. I'd be happy with that.
Yeah. Look, I think the move here is trade back at 37. Obviously, if there's a guy that they really love, and I think there is, Adebawore, I think is probably their target right here early in round 2. We know this is a guy that they're really high on, and you want to bring in a guy that I think would be a perfect complement along that interior of the defensive line and has the ability to kick out as well. Backup Boye Mafe or even start. He's the guy, but there is a plethora of options available to the Seahawks today. That's for sure. Yeah.
Yes, there is. All right. So NFL Network is telling me the pick is in.
All right.
No,
I know.
That's trademark.
You're not supposed to use it.
That's copyright.
Can't help it.
Don't do that. So the pick is in. We're waiting for the announcement. I'm expecting it to be Joey Porter Jr. We will see what it actually ends up being.
Yeah, I mean, if there was no trade, I gotta think that's it, right? I mean, they wouldn't do it to him twice, would they? I mean, that would just be insulting.
For sure.
Sorry, I just realized I didn't have team names in here.
All right.
Probably
wait for the announcement.
The draft, Adam. All right. Waiting, patiently waiting. And Green Bay's going to have a busy day too, that's for sure.
Yeah. Do they have a bunch of picks today?
They do. I mean, obviously having acquired one from the Jets for the Aaron Rodgers trade. But yeah, this is they've got picks 14 today and pick 11 today. So or 42 and 45. But
nice. So 2 high ones. That's nice.
Yeah. Detroit's got 2 picks today. The Steelers have 2 picks today. There's a lot of teams with multiple picks today.
All right,
in the second round.
Here we go. Here's the announcement. Alan Faneca, Hall of Famer. Announcing for the Steelers. All right. With the first pick of the second round, number 32 overall in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Joey Porter Jr., corner.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they
All
do.
Right. We knew this was going to happen. We knew it was going to be the pick. I really like Joey Porter Jr. Tall, long. I think it's like 33 or 34-inch arms. He has offensive lineman arms at 6'2". So he can really get out there. Huge disruption radius. And let's hope he stays in Pittsburgh his whole career. Just, solidify that family's legacy there with the franchise. A long career. Long Hall of Fame career for Joey Porter. I would love that for him, the family, and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, look, this is the perfect way, I think, to start off day two here. We all thought, or I certainly thought, that Joey Porter Jr. was their target in the first round. So the fact that they can not only get a starting left tackle, or I think he's probably going to start at right tackle for him, honestly. But anyway, they got to get a starting tackle in round one and then pick up their guy in Joey Porter Jr. in round two. I think this is cool. Good job, Steelers.
Yeah, 100%. This might be the steal of the draft so far.
I'm not sure how anybody's topping that. Obviously, unless, again, Levis drops to the third round or we see something like that happen, it's going to be hard to beat this pick. So
even then, Levis is a day two quarterback. He was just projected to go high because quarterbacks always go higher than they should. So Levis would have to fall to the sixth round in order for me to say that he would be a bigger steal than this past pick.
Wow. Yeah, that's that would be pretty hilarious. I'm not gonna lie, I would love it, but that's just the German in me.
So here's a comment from Larry. He said he thinks Benton goes to the Cardinals. They need help up front. I know a lot of Seahawks fans would be very upset for that to happen.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Wrong.
No,
they definitely
thank you.
They could use him. They need a lot of help up front. They need to
a lot
replace
of help,
many players across that offensive or defensive line.
Yeah, they need help. They need help. Period. But yeah, I agree. Ben would be a good pick for him. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping they find a way to mess that up. And they have a history of doing so. So
this is true.
And but again, new front office and everything. So who knows what's going on in the desert there.
So I think we are pretty.
Should have worn my glasses instead of my hat today, but
you want to put Penn State, or are you just gonna put Nittany on there?
Yeah, sorry, I'm doing multiple things at the same time, but yes, I probably should have put Penn State instead of Nittany Lions.
Here,
for some reason, that's what popped into my head when I was doing.
Keep doing what you're doing. I got you.
Assistance. He needs assistance. God, Chicago and Detroit with 3 picks in the second round today. That's disgusting.
We'll abbreviate.
There you go. All right. And boom. There we go. No, smack. Actually, I gotta hide that again because I gotta copy it so I don't have to do that all over.
That's okay. That's okay, everybody. We're learning the tricks, right? It's just practice for next year, I guess.
There we go. We got yeah. Oh, what's going on here? Why is my computer being weird? Stop it. There we go. All right. We are set to go. Now the first pick's been announced.
Oh, and did I miss one? Did we miss one? We missed one.
Oh,
we did not miss one. We missed a trade. Oh, the Tennessee Titans are on the clock, and their pick is already in.
All right, Tennessee coming up to. Tennessee coming up to grab somebody. Is this Will Levis?
that would be a smart move by them if that's the player they came up to get. I mean, you got to think.
Yeah.
It basically puts him and Malik Willis in a quarterback competition. Or you just keep the two guys to develop, do one more year of Tannehill. And let's see. Here's the compensation. Tennessee gets 33rd and a third-round pick, number 81. And the Cardinals get the 41st, a third-round pick, number 72, and a third-round pick next year.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So they moved back, 9 spots? 8 spots?
8 spots.
Yeah, they moved back 8 spots, and they ended up picking up an extra third next year. I like it. I think it's worth it. They're a team that needs more ammunition, more draft capital. So,
yeah, they're taking a page out of the Seahawks books and just trading all their picks back and back to.
Well, it works if you do it right.
To start hoarding. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, and they actually, they traded back in the first round, but then they came back up to get the player they wanted. Yep. So having more draft capital allows you to have flexibility like that.
Something the Seahawks know well. They've
All right, here we go. Titan selections being announced. And that is quarterback Will Levis, Kentucky.
Do it.
Yep. You want to drop that banner off?
Oh, I do. Sorry, I was responding to. We'll get the kinks worked out, guys. Sorry, we're dragging a little bit here on day 2.
Yeah, not a problem. Hey, I got to step away for a minute, but Adam, you want to talk about Will Levis?
Yes, let's talk about the mayonnaise coffee drinking SOB. Sorry, that's not a very nice thing to say. Will Levis, obviously out of University of Kentucky. This is a guy who had there's a lot of this going on, and I think COVID had something to do with it, obviously, and that kind of throwing everybody's schedule off. But he had a great 2021 season. They switched out coaches, offensive coordinators, and he lost quite a few of his weapons there in Kentucky. So he had a big drop off in 2022 from his 2021 season. But for me, the biggest reason for that was just he's inconsistent down to down. I think Will Levis has all the tools. He could certainly come in and surprise me and be a great NFL quarterback. But you watch it, his decision making, I think, is pretty suspect. And this is also a guy who just relies so much on that arm strength, and he has a lot of it. This guy's got a Matthew Stafford level arm, but he seems to think he can fit it into any window, and unfortunately, that led to some turnovers and some really poor decisions this last season. So, I think that Will Levis. I think great pick for the Tennessee Titans. I think they're building towards the future. Obviously, this kind of signals the soon to be end of the Ryan Tannehill era there, which is a little bit sad. He had quite a resurgent season, his first season out with Tennessee, and has led them to the playoffs and every year that he's been there. So, I feel bad for the guy, but it's all about looking for the guy that's going to take you to that next level. And obviously Tannehill hasn't proven that he can get them over the hump. So, you gotta keep taking stabs at the apple. I do expect the Seahawks to at least consider. I'm sure they are considering, but I wouldn't be surprised if they took a quarterback today. I don't think they're going to take one in these early rounds, but I fully expect them to take one at some point during this draft. We obviously highlighted guys like Hendon Hooker if they wanted to go a little bit early. We already mentioned guys like Jake Haener, who's a Washington native. Jaron Hall, who I love out of BYU. Or even a guy like Stetson Bennett from Georgia, who is a 2-time national championship and just a leader in the locker room. And we could, he could be. I think he would fit right into the Seahawks culture. So there are options. With that said, looks like we're now waiting on the Detroit Lions. Oops. Sorry, guys. I am not one of those guys who's really good at chewing gum and walking at the same time. So trying to get all my banners set, I'm over here trying to do two things at once. But luckily Robbie's back and I don't have to vamp that much longer. So yay for me. And he's back. Or almost back. We can't hear you, Rob. Looks like something's disconnected. You're still on mute, boss.
I was still on mute. Sorry about that. I'll
right.
just go ahead and say at number 34, the Detroit Lions just selected tight end Sam Laporta out of Iowa.
Man, you know, I wish you'd been here for 2 seconds ago. So I was literally thinking that's who they were going to take. They're loving those Ohio State guys. Are we about to see a run on tight ends?
There are some good ones. There are some good ones on the board. So
Yes,
loading up my Sam Laporta graphic right here. And
well, let me remove my Will Levis banner for you.
Alrighty, number 34, Sam Laporta. People are going to say this is a little high for him, but I don't believe that's the case. I had him, I believe, as my number 4 tight end. I don't have my rankings in front of me.
I believe you did.
But he's a guy that real high character guy, 2 or 3 time team captain. Really a good guy that's gonna keep a locker room together. He's a traditional inline tight end. I think he needs a little more functional strength to really extend the line of scrimmage, like you'll see in Braden Willis out of Oklahoma, though he's kind of projected as a fullback as well, or Darnell Washington, another blocking, right? He's got those elite blocking skills. So he doesn't quite have that ability as an inline tight end to extend the line of scrimmage, but he's a good player. I think they got a good one here. Sticking with those Big Ten guys. Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, really can't go wrong. I mean, I think it's great that they bring in another teammate and both 2 captains, an offensive and defensive captain from Iowa coming to Detroit. They're building. Dan Campbell is building some great culture over there. Look, I love I love watching.
Oh, I lost you, Adam. Did we lose you? All right.
Nope, sorry. I was. Go ahead.
All right. No, you froze up a little bit, so I wasn't sure if your internet went out on us. But yeah, so Sam Laporta, great guy. Right now we have the Raiders on the clock, and the pick is already in. We're just waiting for the announcement. So there you go, Raiders on the clock.
Yeah, Larry, I think that you're right. I think the oh wait, the Raiders are on the clock. Oh,
yep.
Did we miss one?
Nope.
Or am I crazy? I am crazy.
You're off.
Never mind.
You're off by 1.
Oh my gosh, I am. What the heck? Let me go back and fix that. Oh, I'm doing a banger job today.
Yeah, so we went Porter, Levis, Laporta, and now we're waiting for the announcement on the Raiders pick.
So there was a trade then?
There was a trade with... Was that a trade? Did I miss it?
Yeah, there was a trade. That's the Raiders moving up
Indianapolis,
from 38 to 35.
All right, well, let's see if we can get some details on this trade.
Yeah, is this... is this Hendon Hooker?
Here you go. They got... So the Raiders received the 35th pick. The Colts received the 38th, so they moved back 3 spots, and they received a 5th-round pick in addition to that. So
all right,
they took a 5 to move back 3 spots. That's not bad value.
No, not at all.
All right, we're announcing the pick right now. With the 35th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Michael Mayer, tight end, Notre Dame.
All right. Well,
I think I'm not going to say this is a steal. It's a great pick.
You're not going to say this is a steal? Michael Mayer in the second round?
Steal. No.
All right.
Well, it's
I'll
because
say it's a steal.
it's not a Joey Porter style steal. Let's put it that way. I think it's okay. It is a steal, but it's not that other level of steal.
Yeah, no, this is not Joey Porter level steal, but this is still, I mean, but this is a hell of a value pick. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, he's my number one tight end, and probably top 15 on my overall board. I really like Michael Mayer. The problem is that half the teams in the NFL don't value inline traditional tight ends anymore, which I don't get because, well, it's because they don't value running the ball anymore. So that's where that devaluation happened. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. If I want a big, slow receiver, I'll just draft a big, slow receiver. I don't need to take a tight end to play slow receiver. But this is not that guy. He can block. He can catch. He had a 91 pass blocking grade and a 92 receiving grade from PFF. He was clearly the best tight end in the country last year. Excuse me, I got those numbers wrong. That was a 91 receiving grade and an 82 blocking grade, but still pretty darn good. Still the best.
Yes,
my bad.
Still elite in the category. Yeah.
All right. So now the Rams are on the clock. We've got
another trade
left on their clock. Yeah. Is this another trade?
No, it's not. Sorry. Forgive me.
Okay.
It is not a trade.
But this is their first pick of the draft because they were.
Yes, it is.
Shy of picks, we'll say, due to the Stafford trade. All right.
Larry's thinking it could be Keanu Benton. Yeah, I think that's a good call. I think that edge is a little bit more of a need for him, but I could see them going there. I think BJ Ojulari is another guy that they could be taking a look at.
Yeah. The main thing is where do they have holes because of the fact that they have zero cap?
Yeah. Well, Larry pointed out that he thinks that's like another good call, Larry. Wide receiver could be an option for them here. I think it's a little bit early to be looking at Jonathan Mingo personally, but he is a pretty dynamic player and would be a pretty nice complement on the outside to another guy whose name I'm forgetting because I can't remember anybody's names. Thank you, Cooper Kupp. Yes, that's those are the guys. I think wide receiver is a possibility. I think edge is a possibility. I think quarterback's a possibility. We could see Hendon Hooker go right here.
Yeah, I mean that's not a bad guy to develop behind in Matthew Stafford. So
yeah, I thought if they were going to do it, Will Levis would have been the guy because he's got pretty similar traits physically to Stafford, especially that rocket arm. But yeah. Mm-hmm. Larry yelling at me, "It's Cooper Kupp, you idiot!" Yes, thank you, Larry. It is Cooper Kupp. It's kind of my trademark to not know names, though. So I don't want.
My dogs are freaking out, so I got to go check it, especially since the baby's sleeping.
You do that.
When this pick is announced, I've got a graphic loaded up for you, Adam. Just go ahead and let it happen.
All right, let's see. Is he gonna let me add the graphic? So he's got it loaded for me. Why don't I see it?
It's in overlays.
Oh, okay. I'm just in the wrong spot. That's why.
Yep. Okay. Be right back.
All right. Nope. Well, guys, I'm going to say that I don't have access to the overlays that Robbie does. We kind of share this account, and it looks like he has Yes, things that I don't, because I do not see his overlays in this. Uh, there he is. Yeah, I don't have access to the overlays. It looks like.
You should, but that's good to know. Now
Larry's doing his best to keep me engaged by just being you. He's like, the pick is in and we're waiting on the call. And I was like, yep, thank you. That would have been the line. You're right.
Here you go. We have the pick. It's inside offensive lineman, guard with some center versatility, Steve Avila out of Texas Christian University.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, good pick. They definitely needed some meat and along the offensive line. So this is I like this pick. I just don't like the fact that it's the Rams making it.
Yeah. No, I kind of the same there with you. I like Steve Avila. I think he brings some versatility. The Seahawks pick is already in, so I'll go ahead and put them on the clock.
Ooh. All right, they got that one going pretty quick. They must have been sitting on a guy.
You must have known who they wanted.
Is it Adebawore? Please let it be Adebawore.
It'd be amazing if it was Adebawore. Let's see, especially a guy like him. He's got that 3-tech versatility, so he can play a defensive end in a 3-4. He could play a defensive end in a 4-3. He could play a 3 technique as well if he needed to. So that'd be somebody I'd really like for them to pick up. Let's see. Showing the Seahawks war room right now. Lots of people talking. We have Jody. Why did I just forget owner's
Jody
name?
Allen? Because I'm contagious, sir.
Yes, that's it. You must be contagious. Yes, Jody Allen is talking with John Schneider and Pete Carroll. Oh, here we go. Walking up to the podium to announce.
Larry thinks Adebawore would be there at pick 52. I disagree, but hey, intriguing. we could take that chance. Let's find out. We're about to find out.
All right, the pick is edge Derek Hall.
Really?
Auburn. Yeah. Not quite the profile I thought of. 6'2", 250-pound edge rusher, even though we already have those guys on our roster. I'm going to say I'm not a fan of this pick at this location.
Yeah, me neither.
I thought he definitely would have been there later. And not quite what I think they need. I think they forgot that you need big guys to play on the defensive line. I think they're looking at contract remaining years. And
this is another shocker, but this one's kind of a disappointment.
I am disappointed in this pick. Not disappointed in the player. Once again, I
look,
these guys well.
But... great player. But yeah, this is a surprise. Not where I thought the Seahawks would go. I figured if they were going to go edge, it would absolutely be Adebawore. So yeah.
Yeah.
What to say? What to say about this?
I don't know what to say. I'm not.
Does that mean Darrell Taylor's no longer a Seahawks after this? Maybe after this draft, or certainly after this year?
Had another trade. We just had a trade. So the Falcons received number 38 from the Colts, and they received 44 and a 4th-round pick. So the Colts have moved back 9 spots and have ended up with a 5th and a 4th-round pick out of it. So
wow,
they're stockpiling draft capital as well over there. Yeah, all right. Well, let's see. That puts the Falcons on the clock.
All right, Atlanta.
Yeah, so we are a Seahawks podcast here. Not really a fan. I'm gonna have to do a little bit more of a deep dive on Derek Hall.
Yeah,
because I'm not sure what we're getting, where he fits into this scheme. They took Boye Mafe essentially this pick last year. So I don't know why they haven't been giving him the reps. He's looked good. He played better than Bruce Irvin every time he was on the field last year. So I don't know what's going on off the field that we don't know about. Is he not practicing well? Is he not doing well in meeting rooms? What is the problem with Boye Mafe that they needed to take Derek Hall here? Everybody in Seahawks land, and correct me if you disagree, is on the extend Uchenna Nwosu bandwagon here. So we need to extend Nwosu. We have Mafe, who has a fresh set of years, being a pick last year. They did not need to take an edge early in this draft.
Yeah.
I know Darrell Taylor is on a contract year, but this isn't a need. And I've been on that the whole time. I'd never thought edge was a high priority for the Seahawks. If you just look at the roster, it just doesn't make as much sense as people have been saying. But I also didn't think wide receiver was one. So apparently I don't know anything.
Right. Yeah, I thought if we were going to take a guy, it made more sense to go versatile, and I think Adebawore is a better prospect than Derek Hall. He was certainly much higher on my board, and can play not only defensive end but also can kick inside on pass rush downs. So yeah, I agree. I think they're getting a guy. I mean, nothing wrong with Derek Hall. This guy obviously has good bend. He's got pretty prototypical size for that edge rusher in a 3-4, but we already have several guys that fit that exact same mold. And
let's take a pause on Derek Hall. I want to continue talking about him, but let's announce that the Falcons, when they moved up with the Colts, they moved up to select offensive tackle Matthew Bergeron out of Syracuse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I like him. In fact, I had him rated above Dwan Jones, who is actually still on the board. But a lot of people project him to move inside. They think he has a little shorter arms. I think he can work at tackle. I think he'd be a better guard than a tackle. But maybe one of those guards who can swing out if you need him to swing out and spell somebody who picked up an injury or something. So I like this pick for Atlanta. But yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, it makes me a little bit concerned because now we got to worry about a run on offensive linemen, and that's definitely a position of need for us. I would think Cody Mock is probably on somebody else's boards too. So I'm going to be a little sad if we miss out on him because we went edge. But
yeah. All right. So the Carolina Panthers are on the clock. The Seahawks, their account, like their app, just push notification that they selected outside linebacker Derek Hall. So
okay.
Let's see how they plan to use him. But yeah, once again, I thought you could get him later. There was only one scouting source that had him ranked higher than the pick they got him at. Everybody else had him 40s, 50s, 60s. But yeah, interesting. I'm confused by that.
Nope.
Everything okay?
Yep. Just my computer just loves being weird sometimes, and it's doing it right now. But all good.
But it wouldn't be a draft without the Seahawks making a head-scratching pick.
Yeah, that's true.
Normally those don't work out because you got to think people are like, why'd they pick LJ Collier here? And LJ Collier was a bust. In fact, I'd say probably, him and Jermaine Ifedi would probably be the biggest, tied for the biggest busts in Seahawks for the last 20 years. So this reminds me a lot of that pick. Why did you go with this player? You could have got him a round or two later, especially with the roster. I mean, Benton would have been good. Let's see. Let me look at best available. Maybe they just didn't have any trade back opportunities. I would have gone with offensive line. I mean, you could have picked up the number one guard in Osiris Torrance right there. John Michael Schmitz. Unless you think you can get center later. And there are some decent center prospects who will drop a little bit. Your guy, Darnell Washington, was sitting there. I mean, I'm looking at PFF's big board. And if you trust their big board, it's a little bit of a ways down to Keanu Benton at 58. So maybe they just wanted to check edge rusher off their board.
I mean, why not take a guy like Adebawore who can fill that role for sure, but is also a great run stopper. Something that they don't have right now on the roster is an edge that can stop the run. Yeah, this is look, I'm not questioning the talent, and certainly, I already said several times during the opening of this that in Pete and John we trust. But yeah, this is definitely the first time where I'm like, really?
Really? Yeah. Let's see. Sorry, I am checking on the baby monitor real quick.
No, you're all good.
It's making noise at me. All right, let's see. We got to have somebody coming up now. Panther selection. Let's see. Walking to the podium.
Larry likes Jaden Reed out of Michigan State here. I think that would be an interesting selection.
All right. And here's the selection.
Here we go.
It's Jonathan Mingo, wide receiver.
Oh, well,
out of Ole Miss.
You were close, Larry. You should have stayed on your Mingo pick. You went away from him, but yeah, he was one of my favorite guys.
Big guy.
Incredibly physical receiver.
Yeah. So I actually don't have a graphic for him. He's one of the guys who was on my list to do, but life got in the way today.
Oh no!
So, yep. And then Adam, when you were looking for overlays, were you on the brand tab?
I think I thought I was. Give me one sec.
It's underneath logos.
Yeah, no, remember, I don't have those. I've got, well, let me see. Oh, wait a minute. No, I do. Hold on. But I don't see the, yeah, I've got the StreamYard one, the Let's Talk Seahawks ones, but I don't have, oh, wait a minute. Do I? Nope. I do not have the player ones for some reason. At least I'm not seeing them.
Oh, well, none of them are loaded right now. Do you have the teams?
Oh. Yeah, I do have the teams, yes.
Okay. Well, that's where they will show up. So.
Got it.
All right.
I was just looking in the wrong spot.
I got the Saints on the clock. All right, we got some thunderstorms. Got some. May have been why the dogs were freaking out earlier.
Oh yeah, we've been having ridiculous winds here all day.
Yep, it just turned up. The rain just opened up and it's coming down pretty hard right now. So hopefully I don't lose my internet or my power.
Oh.
Yeah, big wide receiver, Jonathan Mingo. He's one of those guys that, a lot of people, they were trying to equate him to DK Metcalf and
completely different kind of player.
Yeah, not at all the same. I like him. I mean, big body, but he ran a 4.5. He's more of a bigger body, box you out kind of X receiver. He's not one of those guys who's going to burn you deep. And DK Metcalf can do all of that, but they're not even close to the same guy.
I like Larry's comp here. He says, yeah, looks like DK, but he plays like Hines Ward. Yeah, I agree. He does have that kind of like mean streak in him. Good comp, Larry. Larry's thinking we're going to see either White, the defensive or maybe Darnell Washington here. I don't know that tight end's a huge need for the Saints, but I agree. I think Washington would be a great pick here. They definitely need to still build along that defensive line. So I think defensive end is another good target for him. But God, there's just so many freaking guys.
Yeah, and there's some good players left on the board.
There's
The Saints,
so many good players left on the board.
yeah, the Saints are picking right now. Let's see their selections being read. All right, got a little speech going before the pick. You got to do that when you're the legendary player coming in to give the pick.
Who's the player there?
It didn't have a graphic come up, and I'm watching on my phone, so it's kind of a little screen. I can't recognize him.
Oh, there you go.
All right, edge Isaiah Foskey out of Notre Dame.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah. One that people will say is this is a pick I think people will say is a reach. As you can see, 4 of the bigger ranking had him much higher. A 3rd round grade by everybody on this guy. So they're going to say it was a reach. He might just be what they need. They may have been targeting Derek Hall, honestly. But
then there you go. Well, I guess that would explain
they're very similar.
The Seahawks pick, but
I still think it was a reach by the Seahawks. It's a deep edge class. So if you miss on the guy you get or you want, you could probably find the guy who's just barely behind him a round or 2 later. So, yeah, but hey, Saints went out and got Foskey. He's going to come in and bring pressure to the edge of their defensive line and go after the quarterback and harass ball carriers.
Yeah, man, I'm still kind of reeling from the Derek Hall pick. I'm not going to lie. Didn't. I mean, look, if the philosophy's best player available, maybe he was that high on their board. It's kind of hard for me to accept that personally, but it's not, it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah. The thing that gets me about the Derek Hall pick and why I say it's a reach, because I'm really big on do your evaluation to go get your guy. Sure, he's a good pass rusher, but he's a horrible run defender. And we have pass rushers on this team. What we can't do is stop the run. And I don't know if the personnel department, the front office there in Seattle forgot that there are, 2 phases of offense, and they're just heavily hitting that pass rush grade. This guy is basically Darryl Taylor.
Oh, speaking of dogs, give me just 1 sec. I'm going to go let them out.
Let's see. I'm going to grade. I'm not going to grade. I'm going to read quickly his PFF quick look. Hall is built like a Greek god, and he has reps that make him look like one too. We just haven't seen him develop a full array of pass rushing moves just yet, as his pass rushing grade plateaued from his sophomore year. Now, they say plateaued. He had an 81.9, an 82.1, and an 82.6. So they say plateaued. I would say consistently in the good category rather than in the elite category.
Yeah, and you saw a little bit of improvement year to year, so it's not like I think plateaued is not the right word there, but look, great. There's another guy that look, if we're gonna bring in a bunch of supermodels, I guess cool. We got one in DK Metcalf. I guess we need to keep adding to that room, but I'm still reeling, man. It just isn't.
It doesn't make sense. Yeah. Obviously, we need to see what they're going to do with it. This sort of puts a little dampener on my hope that they abandon the awful 3-4 that they decided they were going to do last year.
Yeah, I think this pretty much puts.
Oh, I'm losing you again.
Oh, sorry. So I get for playing with the. Actually, I didn't, but I don't think there's no cord, so I don't know why that was. Anyway, we still don't have. I won't have a guy coming out till Monday to freaking take a look at the router. So great, it'll be great. I'll have great internet probably after we're done with all this. So exciting.
Yep. All right. Waiting on the Cardinals pick, which is in. And in fact, they haven't announced it, but Green Bay's pick is also in. So
wow.
I'm going to announce it because we need to get stupid commercial breaks. You got to be better, guys.
All right. The NFL's got to make their money, you know?
Well, yeah, but they need to time their broadcast better. They know what's going on. Don't have a full 3-minute commercial break. You have multiple 1-minute commercial breaks to make up for the difference. Anyway, so the pick is in. The Arizona Cardinals have selected with the 41st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. They have selected B.J. Ojulari, edge rusher out of LSU. So NBC Sports, those are Connor Rogers' top 300 rankings, had him at 19. I thought he was more in line with the ESPN PFF second round grade, but somebody who's electric is going to come in to play defensive line, rush off the edge for the Arizona Cardinals. So we're going to get to see this guy twice a year. And give a little extra test to our tackles. Yeah. Oh,
that's Pat.
Yeah. How about guys. What do you think?
I was super high on B.J. Ojulari. I thought when the Chiefs were picking on the clock at 31 yesterday, I thought this would have been their target. Obviously, I love the guy that they picked. I just would have preferred that he was available when the Seahawks picked. So I didn't want them to take Felix. But no, this is a great pick. You want to talk about a guy built like a Greek god? Geez, Ojulari. It looks like Deion Jordan looked coming out of college, and I'm hoping he plays like him too. So. But only because he's in Arizona. If he was in Seattle, I definitely would not wish that on him. But no, good pick. I mean, obviously they need help in the pass rush department down there in the desert. So good for them. I think bad for us because I do think B.J. Ojulari is going to be a pretty consistent performance level. So.
Yep, I agree. So Green Bay Packers, they're on the clock. And the pick is already in, so hopefully we get that announcement here shortly. Who do you think the Green Bay Packers need?
Hilarious. I think the Green Bay Packers need to take a wide receiver or a tight end. One of the two.
One of the two?
Probably tight end first, which means...
Give Jordan Love a target in the passing game?
Yeah, absolutely.
Bring in the weapon they never got for Rodgers?
Exactly. They've got the big field stretcher, obviously in Christian Watson. They've got their underneath guy, whose name I'm again spacing because that's my job here is forgetting names apparently, and or at least I do it like I'm getting paid. But I think having a tight end to work the seam and over the middle would be a great pick here, or another big guy on the outside. I mean, Rishi Rice is still available. There's a few other guys. That I think.
Well, here we go. We've got it.
Jalen Hyatt.
We've got it here.
And
that is Green Bay Packers have selected tight end Luke Musgrave out of Oregon State.
Of all the ones. I mean, look, good for them. This is another one of those guys that's pretty much just a big X receiver. But this is a guy who has got some drop issues and has some awareness issues on the field. I think this is the most. I mean, it certainly seems like a Green Bay pick to me, but this is probably the most controversial tight end in the class so far that's coming off the board here. But yeah, I mean, they needed it, so good for them.
Yeah, no, they definitely need a weapon, and that's what he is a weapon in the passing game. He's a willing blocker. He's just not very effective at it. So a good receiver. He did not test well. You watch him on film and he's electric. You thought he was going to tear up the combine, and he came out there and he put up basically numbers you'd expect from an inline tight end in the 90s, right? So he came out there and ran like.
Are you saying that's not good? I'm confused.
I don't know what he actually ran, but he tested much slower than where people expected, and I think his stock fell because of that. He should have been probably in the late teens or the 20s to where his stock was off of the end of the season. And then through this pre-draft process, he fell, a good round?
Yeah.
So, all right, we'll go ahead and take this one down and put the Jets on the clock.
You mean the Giants,
if
sir?
I can find them. No. These are the Jets. The Jets are on the clock. Number
Really?
43. Yep.
Why do I have the Giants in there? I can't read, apparently. My bad, guys. My apologies. I will fix that right now.
All right. Sorry, I'm talking to myself over here. Apologies on that one.
That's all right. I do it all the time.
So the Jets. Who do we think the Jets need? I think the Jets could definitely need to do something that will help their incoming quarterback.
Yeah, I'm thinking this is a tight end too. After seeing Luke Musgrave, I think this is probably where we see Darnell Washington go.
I can see that. Get a good blocking tight end. Keep your decrepitly old quarterback who's high on ayahuasca all the time upright.
Larry thinks it could be center. We got Pickman or Joe Tippmann. He likes him.
Well, I hope for your sake it's not Tippmann because I know you're so high on him that you don't want to see him in a Jets uniform.
I mean, look, I would love to see Tippmann here in Seattle. I think there's other centers that we should target before Tippmann, but I do like his positional versatility.
Well, there you go. That's exactly it.
Hey, wow, Larry,
Wisconsin
Mr. Nostradamus. Good job, Larry.
Yeah, Joe Tippmann. Once again, they're going to say they went a little high, but I think if you're looking for a center, I have the top 4 centers all ranked or graded pretty equally. So whether or not, we're just talking about a few big board places here. Go get the guy you want. He's a big guy, 6'6". Yeah. Wisconsin likes to run the ball, so you get a good offensive lineman out of Wisconsin. You can't really go wrong taking a guy from there.
No, look, Wisconsin's known for their offensive line for a reason. They know how to coach those guys up, and I think Tippmann is a great pick. Yeah, a little slow getting his hands up after his break. Oh, go ahead.
So they just put up a graphic on NFL Network about the top draft scores for Wisconsin offensive linemen, and he has the second highest grade behind Joe Thomas of offensive linemen out of Wisconsin that they've graded. In fact, he graded 6 points. He got an 87, and Gabe Karimi, I think that's how you say his name, graded out an 81, and he played for 8 years in the league, 10 years in the league. So Joe Thomas had a 91. Joe Tippmann graded out an 87. So definitely graded well, according to NFL Network there.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with being a second place to a Hall of Famer. So
no, definitely. All right, go ahead. Tell us about Tippmann.
Look, Tippmann again, a bigger, longer kind of center. I think he's got the power in the run game, and I think he can acquit himself pretty well in the passing game. The biggest issue with him is going to be making sure to come out of his snap and get his hands up right away, because he has a tendency to play kind of tall because he is a fairly tall center. He tends to get a bit over his skis after the snap, and I think that could lead to issues. He's going to need to make sure he stays down and low in his stance, so he's not moved aside. Because I know Rodgers is not going to like that if he's got guys in his face right after the snap.
Oh, for sure. So, yeah, I like the strategy. Obviously, I don't ever want to see players I like go to the Jets, but I like the strategy.
Nobody wants to see the players they like go to the Jets.
There's no love lost between me and Jets fans.
Larry's thinking defensive back here. I agree, Larry. I think that Brian Branch would be a fantastic pick for the Colts. Yeah, also the Stevenson, the cornerback out of again, names are not my thing, so I'm going to forget the school. But yeah, though I think defensive back's definitely the play here. Though I do think they could go O-line.
Yeah, I like the defensive back. I think Branch would be great. He kind of reminds me of Bob Sanders anyway. So coming out of that, go back about 15 years with the Colts there. But yeah, no, I think that would be great for them. I don't know who they're going to pick. Let's see what needs are.
Larry, he has good bend in his stance at the the hike, it's really coming out of that stance I was talking about. He tends to get really high up and kind of over his knees, which is fine in the run game. In the pass game, that's going to cause some issues though.
Oh, we're talking about Tippmann. And his,
yep. Just answering Larry's response.
He's a little
Tippmann.
slow with his hands. So he ends up countering defensive linemen's moves instead of hitting the defensive lineman first. So that can cause problems when you have to snap the ball and then have your hands ready. He's a little slow to go from ball to chest.
Yeah, but I do like Joe Tippmann. I do love Joe Tippmann. There's another center that I think the Seahawks could take a look at later in the draft, Ricky Stromberg, who has a similar skill set, but also similar issues. Same kind of thing. Stromberg's a little bit shorter and definitely a little bit heavier built, has a nice base, but the same thing where he just is a little slow getting his hands up. And while I don't think that's the worst thing in the run game, in the pass game, it's going to cause issues.
Yeah, I agree with that. Something I learned listening to the NFL Stock Exchange podcast with Connor Rogers and Trevor Sikkema is Stromberg has had shoulder surgeries on both of his shoulders, which would explain maybe why he's slow. Maybe he's got some scar tissue or something up in there.
Yeah.
Which means maybe he would be a better guard because he can start in the ready position without having to come up off the ball. All right, we got the pick for the Colts at number 44. And here's a guy that I know you like. And that is
I love you giving me the numbers, knowing that I can.
Corner Julius Brent out of Kansas State.
Love Julius Brent. I didn't think that he was still going to be a target for the Seahawks, especially after going with Witherspoon in round 1. But look, this guy, if you want a long, strong, lanky cornerback, if this guy can be a little bit more of have a little bit more of a mean streak, I think he's going to be a dominant defensive back. He's built a little bit more old school. We're looking at like the defensive backs or the cornerbacks of the 70s. He's kind of got that kind of frame. But this guy is great in press coverage. He even though he doesn't have great straight line speed, he's always been able to stick with his man in college, and he uses that length to make sure and get his hands on the ball to prevent catches. I love Julius Brents. This is a great pick. I'm excited for him because he's going to be starting right away for the Colts.
Yeah, I completely agree. Everything you said is fantastic. We do have a trade. The Lions have jumped up, traded with Green Bay for the 45th pick. So we're awaiting news on that.
A lot of these in division trades. It's a love fest going on here.
I guess so. Yeah, but no, I like Julius Brents. He's long, not quite as athletic, but his extra reach really helps make up for that. If a wide receiver gets a step on him, he's got ridiculously long arms and a good vert. So he's 6'3", 33-inch arms, upper 30s in the vert, or 40-inch vert, something like that. So he can really get up and get a ball out of there, so to speak.
Yeah, if you want to look for a guy that you can make a comp to in the NFL, I think this guy's got all the skill sets that Richard Sherman had coming out of college, except for his ball skills. Obviously, Richard Sherman being a converted wide receiver gave him that little extra bit in the passing game, but a very, very similar build and skill set at the cornerback position to Richard Sherman. I'm not saying he's going to be a Hall of Famer, but this guy could definitely make some noise in the NFL. I love this pick.
Yep.
I'm jealous of it, actually, is what I am. But
yep, we definitely know you like these long corners. You're Pete
do.
Carroll 2.0.
I wish I looked like Pete Carroll 2.0.
All right, we got the Lions coming in. They need help in a few areas. They did well in round 1, trading back, getting some draft capital, allowing them to make moves like coming up.
I think we could see Brian Branch go right here. Secondary is definitely an area of need for them. Cornerback's another one. I definitely think they could take a corner right here.
For sure. I've thought they needed defensive back help, even though they brought in defensive backs in free agency. And for the life of me, I can't remember who they signed, who was that high-profile DB. But yeah, and then when they traded Jeff Okudah to Atlanta, kind of opened up a hole. I could see them taking a slot corner, or perhaps Branch. I mean, Branch is still on the board. If you want a slot corner, go get the guy who can play slot and safety.
Yeah, exactly. I think Branch would be the best pick here, but I could see a cornerback. Also, they're still looking for that running mate. I think with Aiden Hutchinson, we've got Keon White still on the board out of Georgia Tech, which my brother-in-law Larry mentioned. I think that would be another good pick for him. But yeah, I mean, this is such a deep draft in so many positions. Yeah, and Detroit has 2 more picks today, so they're going to load up.
Excellent. Well, they're about to announce it. The pick is actually already in for. Okay, so the trade to move up 3 spots, they gave up a 5th round pick.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yep, 159th overall went to Green Bay.
Yeah, that's not bad. I'm surprised we haven't seen a Seahawks trade yet. This is I'm getting nervous. This is not your typical Seahawks draft, except for the fact that they took a guy that I didn't want them to take. That's pretty typical. But
I mean, he's a high effort guy. Going back to Derek Hall, it's just a confusing body type. This just tells me they're not going to re-sign Darrell Taylor because his contract's up after this year. Because they're the same guy.
Yeah. Agreed. Although
this is killing me. I have this graphic ready to put up there, but I am waiting for the announcement so that I don't ruin things.
I'm guessing this is Brian Branch then.
All right, the Lion selection. People moving slowly up to the podium. Nope, that's a cameraman. Hold on. Hey, it's Roger Goodell sauntering out to the podium as only he can do.
Yeah, well, I mean,
And there you go with the 45th pick, traded up to the 45th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. The Detroit Lions select one Brian Branch, safety / corner.
Good call, Larry.
We'll just call him a defensive back out of Alabama. This would be a steal.
Great. Oh, absolutely. This is a steal. Yeah. I mean, you can see, just look at that. No one had him outside the first round. So, yeah, this is a great pick by the Lions. Dan Campbell just putting something really sick together up there in Detroit.
Oh, yeah. They're going to be scary. Scary.
Yeah, well, look, the NFC
and of
North
course, we have to play them.
Wide
so
open,
that's fun. In fact, we play them in Detroit, maybe?
No, we play them in Seattle.
We play them in Seattle? I don't have my list of opponents.
I do believe it's a home game. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
I know we play the Eagles in Seattle. So we'll get to see Jalen Carter.
Oh, joy.
Yep. All righty. So, yeah, Brian Branch, really versatile. I mean, this guy, some people had him on their corner boards. That's how versatile he is. A little slower. If he'd have tested better, I think he may have been pushing to get drafted as a corner just because those guys make more money. So when you're negotiating, that helps. In fact, they list him as a corner here. The Lions wrote down cornerback on the draft card.
Well, I guess we know what they're thinking then.
Yeah, they're thinking slot. That's what they're thinking.
Oh, okay. We got Larry's pick is Jaden Reed. He thinks that Belichick needs an Edelman. Although I would argue that that's what he thinks he has in again, terrible with names here, but the wide receiver who played with Kansas City last year, former Steeler, is supposed to be that guy that's going to eat over the middle and get yak. But if he can stay off Instagram or TikTok, whichever one it was.
Fair.
But yeah, I think receiver would be a good idea. I honestly, I think we could see Hendon Hooker right here. And I think that would be a fantastic pick for Bill Belichick. I think he would feel really good about getting Hendon Hooker right here personally.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. For sure. All right. Adam, are you watching along with one of the broadcasts?
It's on my phone. The screen keeps turning off because my phone doesn't apparently like to
stay on.
To stay on. So yes and no.
All right, I've got this next pick loaded up. If you'd like to
remove safety Brian Branch from the screen, I shall.
No, he should. Yeah, but I just mean the overlay. I'm gonna need to step away for a minute.
Oh, all right. Give me 1 sec to pull that up.
Okay. He should be there. Just let me know if you can see him.
Let's see. I just see stream overlay here. Nope, that's not the one you want. Are we looking at? Is he under the picks or under the team name? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, he should be all the way at the bottom of the team names.
Okay, let's take a look here. Yep, I got you. We're all good.
All right. I will be right back.
All right. So here we go with the 45th pick of the NFL draft. In the second round, the New England Patriots have selected. Oop. Hold on. There we go. Keon White, defensive end out of Georgia Tech. This is another guy that I think people were really high on going into the draft, especially late in the day. This guy was being talked about as a sneaky day one pick. So we're seeing more and more edge guys come off. But good pick for them. This is a guy that's definitely going to be getting after the quarterback. Lanky, very bendy defensive end. Doesn't have a great bull rush, but he is definitely one of those guys that is going to put some pressure on opposing quarterbacks. So good pick. I said 45. It's actually the 46th pick. My apologies. But yeah, I'm thinking we're going to see a little bit of another run here, or we could see a little bit of another run here on defensive ends. There are still a couple of guys, obviously Adebawore, who I mentioned, who we really like. But sorry, guys, my computer went a little weird there for a second. But yeah, this Bill Belichick certainly knows how to build a defense, and so I think this is a pretty good pick for them. Save that, and let's go over the stream and see what Larry's going to say. Yeah, I agree. I think that you're right, Larry. That Hendon Hooker makes a lot of sense for the Washington Commanders right here. But there are definitely a million options open to them. So we'll see. But yeah, I think you're right. I think that could be the pick. We're certainly waiting, for Hendon Hooker to come off the board because he should. This guy has all the tools to be a successful NFL quarterback. Obviously, as soon as he gets in the building, you're going to want to get him under center and taking snaps there because he came from more of a spread style offense. But if you watch us, we really, really like Hendon Hooker. So I wouldn't be mad if they didn't take him and he kept falling because I think he would be a great fit here for the Seahawks. Even though I think they've got other needs for sure. Oops. So yeah, 46th pick, Keon White out of Georgia Tech, defensive end. Let's see. What's next? Looks like we got. Hold on. Let me go back to my other screens here. Uh-oh. Yes, Larry. They actually changed their names to the Washington Commanders. Though I don't blame you for continuing to refer to them as the Washington Epithets because goodness knows they deserve it. Yeah, no, that's what we were saying, Larry. Is that Hendon Hooker has a lot of similar skill sets to Geno Smith. I mean, practically a Geno clone. I think he could even be a little bit more athletic. That obviously we're not seeing Geno at his prime. Oh, by the way, the pick is in for the Washington Commanders. Let me just pull this down. Sorry guys, and we're gonna have to. I don't have all the banners, so we're gonna just talk about this guy. But the pick is in, and it is Jatavius Martin out of Illinois, safety. This is a guy who a lot of people have been really high on. I did not have him in my top 10, but he certainly has all the physical tools. This is a very fast, very versatile safety out of Illinois. So I think this is a really good pick. And it looks like we've also got a trade that just happened. Green Bay has moved back down from 48 to 50, and Tampa Bay has moved up.
Yes, they have.
Hey,
I am waiting for
welcome
the
back, sir.
details. I'm back, which you probably guessed when the Dartavius Martin graphic went up.
I did. I got a little scared. I'm not gonna lie, because I thought maybe there were ghosts in the machine, but just kidding.
Yeah. So Dartavius Martin, real solid safety. I like his running mate Sidney Brown a little bit better, but you can't go wrong with this guy. Real solid in all phases of the game. He will definitely help the ball club and make a roster. Yeah,
this is another guy that can come in and play that big nickel spot if necessary. He's got that length and short area quickness. So I think I agree. I do like Brown a little bit better, but I think for the Redskins and their need at several positions in the defensive backfield, that he's a pretty versatile pick, and yeah, I think this is a good one for them.
All right, who do you think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers moved up to get in this draft?
That is a good question. I mean, the smart money's probably on Hendon Hooker, but that's only just because I think that they need a quarterback. Nothing against Baker Mayfield, but I don't think he's the QB of future. But I'm going to be actually really upset with this pick, and I'm sure you're about to tell me why.
Yep. Real upset with this.
Oh! I am super upset. Yep. This is what the Seahawks should have been targeting with their first round pick.
Yep. Oh, offensive lineman. I'll say that because he has 5 position versatility. Cody Mock out of North Dakota State, world class player as far as locker room guy. Great athlete. Like I said, he can play all 5 positions. Big, excellent, just really solid offensive lineman. I know he's one of Adam's favorites.
This was my favorite offensive lineman in the draft period.
And a world-class look, right? With the long flowing red hair and those missing 2 front teeth.
Yeah, this guy just looks like an NFL offensive lineman, and everything. Every word coming out of North Dakota State is that he is the best locker room guy. This guy looks like he just enjoys himself thoroughly. I know that the Seahawks definitely talked to him at the Senior Bowl this year, and he acquitted himself really well. He took snaps for the first time under center just to prove that he could do it, because it's not a position that he played in college, but he played right tackle, left tackle, right guard, left guard. This guy is the most versatile lineman in the draft, and I am just sick to my stomach that he's not going to be a Seattle Seahawk.
Yeah, for sure. He's definitely somebody I would have targeted. The problem is I probably would have targeted him at 52, which may have been the reason why Tampa Bay felt they needed to jump a few teams. Because
that's fair.
Yeah, let's see. You had Steelers, Green Bay, Dolphins. Yeah, I think all those teams probably could have targeted Cody Mock, so they really had to jump up there.
Yeah, I mean, good for them. This is a fantastic pick. Like I said, I'm just sick to my stomach that this guy isn't going to be a Seattle Seahawk.
All right. So let's see. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. They are
one more reason to hate your other team, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I'm going to have to send a text later today congratulating somebody else that I know is a Tampa Bay fan, but it's not. I'm not happy about it.
Fair.
Ooh, yeah, I agree. Larry's thinking that we're going to see inside linebacker here. I do agree. Trenton Simpson would pick. That's a area of need. And Seahawks fans will know the former inside linebacker for the Pittsburgh Steelers is now a Seattle Seahawk in Devin Bush.
That's true. And the Pittsburgh Steelers have our former player and coach in one, Aaron Curry.
Oh, that's right.
They signed this offseason.
That's right.
Yeah.
Aaron Curry, who is a better NFL coach than an NFL player. He did great for us here in Seattle. I think he's a fantastic linebackers coach. So good get for them.
And he got hired to be a pass rush specialist coach. So like he's just there to teach pass rush moves and get those guys a little square in their game. So good for him. Definitely good for him. And I could have flipped that. That may have been what he was for the Seahawks. And now he's linebackers. I forget. But in any case, I was real excited to see him get a job and continue his journey through the NFL coaching ranks.
Yeah, no, agreed. We're definitely going to hear. He's obviously got some ties to this city.
That he does. All right, come on, Pittsburgh Steelers. Actually, come on, NFL Network, because this pick and the next pick are already in. So they need to get a move on broadcasting. All right. I'm going to scoop them here if they don't announce the pick soon enough. All righty.
Yep. Yes, we agree. He was definitely a better coach than a player. Larry. All right.
All righty. And here's the pick. We have out of Wisconsin, defensive tackle Keanu Benton going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. This is probably
there you go, Larry. Larry's
probably where
he
he
be
needs
upset
to go.
about that pick.
Yeah. Definitely, he projected that one too, which is nice. So he said Hooker or Benton, and it was Benton. So good job on that one, Larry. But yeah, I think they got a good player here. I mean, he's a good, well-rounded player. I don't think he can play the nose, unlike some other analysts. In fact, I asked one of those analysts on Twitter today why he thought he could play the nose when his biggest deficiencies are in the run game, and he struggles to take on double teams. I did not get a response. So we'll see.
It's because
I believe
of his
I was intentionally
because of his size and strength. It's all about his size and his strength. And yeah, looking at his measurables, you would think that this guy could play the nose. But
he struggles against, like, really struggles against double teams, even more than Mozzie Smith. So I guess that's a good thing for Mozzie Smith. But yeah, no, I actually really like Keanu Benton. I'd say he has dynamic pass rushing abilities. If they put him in a one gap technique, he's absolutely electric. We have the Green Bay Packers announcing the pick at 50. Let's see who this is going to be. All right, it's wide receiver Jaden Reed out of Michigan State. And I don't have a graphic for him. Once again, he was on my list of second, third, fourth round guys that I did not get to today. So, yeah, really like the fact that they're out there giving their new quarterback, Jordan Love, some targets in the receiving game.
The thing that they refuse to do for Aaron Rodgers. I'm sure he's loving watching this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, let's see. Let's just take a look at the Green Bay Packers real quick and see who they got. Let's see what they've done. Let's see what they've done this draft.
Reed.
Yeah. Jaden Reed, Luke Musgrave, Lucas Van Ness. All right. I like it, though. I like what they're doing. I can see kind of how it's falling for them and how their draft strategy is paying out. So good job there. All right. Trying to get everything queued back up. Dolphins are on the clock, 51. They need help on defense. They need help on the line. I could see them going with a center, guard, tackle. But let's see here. They're at the podium announcing.
I could also see them go with a running back here.
Who do you think they take?
They need a home run hitter and a return guy. So I'd say Devon Achane would be if they're going to take a running back, that's who I would target. I could also see if they want a little bit more meat, they can go with Tajay Spears, who can certainly help them out in the passing game out of the backfield. But he looks a lot like the other backs they've already got on the roster. So it just kind of depends on what they're thinking.
Right, here's the pick. We got Cam Smith out of South Carolina.
Ooh, cornerback Cam Smith.
Corner, yeah. I think this is a good spot for him. I agree with PFF's rankings here with him in the 40s. I really like his tandem corner, Darius Rush, though. That guy has Seahawks written all over him. I don't think they're going to target any more corners since they brought in Witherspoon and they already had a complete complement of defensive backs before that. But yeah, Cam Smith lined up well, played well. The pick is already in for Seattle's pick, so I'm going to go ahead and put the Seahawks on the clock. If you want to talk about Cam Smith real quick.
Cam Smith is another one of those like lanky, twitchy, fast corners. He's also got really good ball tracking skills. This guy's, I think, going to be a ball hawk at the next level. Fun to watch, definitely in South Carolina. I agree. I think Darius Rush is a more all-round corner. And definitely a little bit more lanky too, and has that reach. But Cam Smith's a baller, and this is a guy who is definitely going to help out in the running game. He can come up and hit for sure. He's also a pretty decent pass rusher from that corner spot. And I do want to do another shout out to Larry. Yes, Larry called both of Green Bay's picks today. He sent me his round 2 and 3 mock drafts earlier this morning, and he's been pretty close on quite a few as far as where guys are going. But he nailed both Green Bay picks. So yeah.
So Seattle's at the podium. We're about to announce Seattle's pick. I would love for them to go with the big man here.
Yeah, he's thinking Osiris Torrance. That's what Larry's pick is, Osiris Torrance.
With the 52nd pick.
What?
In the 2023 NFL Draft.
What?
Seattle Seahawks pick Zach Charbonnet.
What?
Running back, UCLA.
What?
Yep. Once again, not a need. A need, maybe a back end of the draft need. Seahawks are going back to their old school head scratchers of pick selection. I really like the player. I didn't think he was an option for Seattle because they didn't need a running back in the second round.
No, they did not.
But apparently they thought they did. I mean, we'll just forget that we have a patchwork offensive line that we're relying on Phil Haynes to come in and be a starter.
They must think Phil Haynes is gonna. They really are gonna be high on Phil Haynes. That's all I can say.
Well, I'll tell you what. You know what tells me they're not high on Phil Haynes? The fact that he still evenly split snaps with Gabe Jackson last year, which means they're as high on Phil Haynes as they were on Gabe Jackson, and we know how that panned out.
Yeah, we do. Wow. This is a shock than any of their first round picks, and a bigger shock to me than Derek Hall. Yeah, I'm blown away here, man. This is crazy.
Yeah, this is why I get frustrated with John Schneider, because it doesn't make sense, and a lot of times when his picks don't make sense, they don't work out. So we'll see. We will. Well, he just realized.
I will say this. This guy is built like he could be a perfect complement for K9.
No, I love the player. I love the player. I hate that they're neglecting the trenches because
no, I agree. I agree, but you and I both know there are still a lot of guys in this draft. The problem is the Seahawks don't pick for a while, so a lot of those guys could 83. Be gone. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. This is an interesting draft strategy. Look, maybe he's the top guy on their board. I would assume he is because they took him. But yeah, I'm shocked. This is a shocker.
Yeah, don't let our reactions take away how we feel about Zach Charbonnet. Great player. I had him on my top 5 list when we went through our top 10 running backs episode. Good player, real good player. I really like his style of play. It's just who's going to be blocking for him, right? When he comes in to spell K9, who's going to be there blocking for him? Who's going to be keeping him getting rested on the field by stopping the run by the other team? I don't know. Yeah. And I said that backwards, but you know what I mean. It just makes no sense. It's Seattle being Seattle again.
Yeah, this is the biggest head scratching pick so far. Because there are just a million guys out there that would really help us along the offensive line, which is an area of need. Also, the defensive line still is an area of need. We have nobody stopping the run and nobody to play nose tackle. So,
yeah.
Look, there are still plenty of guys. There are still plenty of guys the Seahawks could target in this draft. There are some great players still available, but we are running out of picks. So, and we have yet to make a trade, which is still blowing my mind.
Yeah. I'm very I'm flabbergasted. I'm speechless. I don't know what to say because again, Zach Charbonnet is a great player, and we definitely needed a complimentary running back, but we didn't need one right now. Wow. This is pretty typical John Schneider, Pete Carroll, though, building up all that good on day one with what I think are spectacular picks, home runs at both positions, to then take guys that we just kind of go, huh? Yeah, this is I don't even know what to say. Yep.
I don't even know what to say, man.
Yeah.
Robbie is even more speechless than I am. I'm speechless in the ironic sense because I can talk for days, obviously. But yeah.
The Bears. So I just tweeted.
All right, good. The Bears are on the clock.
Yeah, I will. Let's put the Bears on the clock. So I just tweeted. So the Seahawks picked Darrell Taylor 2.0 and a backup running back in the second round, neglecting the trenches yet again. Nothing against the players, but odd from a team building outlook.
Yeah. You got to question what the mindset is here because, I don't know. I just do not know. And it's in. Speaking of trenches, the Bears are sticking with the trenches here and going with Jervin Dexter out of Florida.
Absolutely. I'm pretty sure I got a graphic for him. Give me one moment. I'll get that loaded up.
Yeah, for those of you tuning in, did anybody see that pick coming? Anybody? I'd love to see it. If you have a mock draft,
as far as liking the player.
Well, okay, but did anybody have the Seahawks taking a running back in the second round. Anybody that's not a masochist, I mean. Because, wow. Just wow.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you say here?
I don't know. As far as Jervin Dexter goes to the Bears, I think this is a little high for him, but a good high motor player. He's somebody a lot of people say can play nose. He doesn't have the size to play it, but he definitely has the effort and I believe the ability to shed blocks to play at the nose position. So I don't know how they're going to use him in Chicago, but he's going to be pretty versatile for them along their defensive front.
Yeah, no, I agree. Great pick. I think it would have been a great pick for Seattle about
a pick
50, 60 seconds ago. So, because again, we need help in the trenches. So, yeah, man, I'm just aghast here. I'm just at a loss. This is not. I mean, look, that's how I thought it was going to go, but I couldn't argue with the picks. Day 2 is definitely not going how I thought it was going to go, but I can and will argue the picks because
yes,
this just seems like not. I don't want to say wasted. These are still good players, but unlike the players in the first round, there are guys that I think should be higher on the Seahawks board and at positions of need. So I don't know what to make of this.
Yeah, I love the fact
that we're clearly committing to the run again, but we need people to block for the running backs.
Yeah, so the Chargers are making their selection right now. They're at the podium. They selected edge Tuli Tuipulotu out of Southern California. I like this player. He's one of those versatile guys. I think he could gain a few pounds and kick inside a bit more instead of staying on the edge. I think that's probably where he'll be most effective in the NFL, is probably in that 3 technique, 4-eye, 5 tech range. I don't really want him standing up too much, but yeah, they got a good one in this one. And I always associate the Chargers with Polynesian players, and that's probably primarily because of Junior Seau. So it's always good when the Chargers pick a player I think fits with them. And obviously that's not scheme or anything. That's my own personal biases, but I think it's a good spot for him.
Yeah, I think it's a fantastic pick. Again, a pick that I thought would have looked really good 2 picks ago. But yeah. Wow. I'm still reeling, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just still reeling.
Yeah. So going back to Seattle and their picks so far this draft, I actually had Charbonnet mocked to the Seahawks on one of my many mock drafts at this pick, but I had them taking offensive and defensive linemen in every single pick leading up to this pick. So that's the only way that I saw this even remotely happening. The problem is they're not addressing the needs. I can't, there's no way Zach Charbonnet is graded higher than Osiris Torrance on your board or John Michael Schmidt.
I mean, man, you wouldn't think so, would you?
Or Darnell Washington.
Or Cody Mock.
Yeah, well, they weren't going to get Mock anyway.
No, but I'm going back to a pick because I don't even know what to think. I just don't know what to think. Yeah, this is
and it's okay. We can overreact. We will see it come together.
And well, I don't know if I'm
next year, and we'll see. If
I'm just reacting.
Yeah, we'll see if it comes together. We'll take the wait and see approach.
I mean, we have to, right? But wow. Yeah, wow. I'm just aghast. This is this is just just weird. These two picks, back-to-back questionable picks. Pardon me while I sneeze. I got to blow my nose.
No, you're good.
Yeah, what's it's silly. I agree, Larry. This is pretty silly. Is what it is. Yeah, I think you're right. I think tight end would be a good pick here. Darnell Washington's still out there, but honestly, I think they'll probably look to go with someone that's got a little bit more softer hands to kind of complement Kelsey. But you could be right. Could be Washington. But I think if they're going to go tight end, it's probably going to be somebody else. Even though I do think tight end on the. It's going to take me a minute to come back from this, man. I don't know how to get my head back in the game. I might not be able to be here mentally until we get to the third round and the Seahawks have another pick, because right now, yeah, I just don't know what to think.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. And we got to wait. We have to wait 30 picks in order for the Seahawks to pick next.
And still not a single trade. Like this is are we sure John Snyder's the one up there in the booth?
Perhaps.
I mean, the picks definitely seem like John Snyder picks, but yeah, we're right there with you, Larry. We're completely lost. This is this is just not the day two that I thought the Seahawks were going to have. I was stoked. I was stoked for today. I thought, look, we got 3 picks today. We're going to see them move up and down this draft board. They have not made a single move. And just to clarify, there have never been 2 full rounds where the Seahawks have not made a draft trade in the history of John Schneider and Pete Carroll's tenure. So this is a first.
That is correct. Sorry, I am trying to log in.
Oh, this is a good take. Larry thinks that it's Jody Allen in there calling the picks, and she's just looking for the guys that look the best with their shirts off. I mean, look, because Zach Charbonnet is built like a swimsuit model. Honestly, the guy's ripped, but yeesh. I don't know. I don't know where to go with this.
Yeah.
If we got, I'm not sure. I think one of the guys watching is us, and the other one's Larry. But if there's somebody else out there watching, yeah, let us know what you think, because we're sitting here just going, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, here we go. And the Chiefs do take a pass catcher.
Yep, Rashee Rice, I believe, out of SMU.
This is a guy that I really like. I think this guy's got wide receiver 1 upside, but smaller school guy, but was an absolute standout in college. Yeah, Rashee Rice has, like I said, I think he's got all the potential to be a wide receiver 1, and technically the Chiefs don't have that right now. So I think this is a great pick for them.
Yeah, for sure. They real explosive athlete. I mean, 41-inch vert, 128-inch broad jump. And he was pretty highly graded on contested catches. He had 16 contested catches last year. So, somebody I think is going to be a dynamic receiver for the Chiefs. Really like Rashee Rice.
Yeah, this guy can high point the ball probably better than anybody else in this draft, and that's saying something, because there's a lot of really tall, lanky receivers. So yeah, I think this is a fantastic pick. This is exactly what they need. This is a guy that can definitely also get downfield. He'll stretch your defense. You're not an absolute game breaker with his speed, but has plenty. And I believe Larry is telling me that he also called this pick, and I believe you did, Larry. Good job. Well, it's like all the air went out of the room here, man. Yeah, like I think that I was I was definitely reeling a little bit from their first pick in the second round because this is even though I did think that Edge should be a target, that was not the guy that I thought they should target because we still need someone that's going to stop the run. Oh, and getting back Miami, or sorry, the Chicago is now picked, traded to another trade. Gosh, trades galore. Chicago's already made their pick. If you want to talk about that, Robbie, while I figure out how to type because apparently I forgot how to do it. Or sorry, I didn't notice you were muted. Which, by the way, Robbie, you're muted. But yeah, Chicago trades up and selects cornerback Tyreek. Larry's been pounding the table for a couple of picks for people that need cornerbacks. Yeah, really good athlete. This is another one of those real physical corners. Comes up and helps in the run game. Long arms, really short torso. This is for me. This is kind of a funny built guy because he definitely looks like a stick figure. But he knows how to use that length to his advantage for sure.
Yeah, real physical corner. I think he's probably one of the most physical corners in this draft. Even I'd rank him up there with Deonte Banks and Witherspoon as far as physicality. Not that he is at that level of player, but definitely somebody who can develop into a good player in this league.
Yeah.
And sorry about the mute. I was moving around in my squeaky chair and I thought I'd mute that so he didn't blow out everybody's ears. And obviously I forgot.
You're all good. This is
all right. We got the Giants on the clock right now.
Yeah, it's coming hard and fast right now.
Yes, it is.
Oh man, there you go. The Giants pick is in.
Yes,
and
it is
another one that's gonna make Seahawks fans a little bit angry, especially considering the last time that we decided to pass on a center, it bit us in the butt, and I think it's gonna be doing the same thing this year. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, and to be fair, despite the amazing luck that we had with offensive linemen in last year's draft, John Schneider still has a losing record in drafting offensive linemen. So this is this pick right here for the Giants.
You're not wrong.
Is interior offensive lineman or the number one center in this class, John Michael Schmitz, out of Michigan. Nope, out of Minnesota. Yep, that would be the right M. Yeah, no, really like John Michael Schmitz. Real physical, punishing blocker, and somebody I thought could have gone as high as the 20s. In fact,
20,
there were a lot of mocks that had the Giants taking him at 25.
Yeah, this is a great pick. I mean, this guy was easily the top center in the class, and like you said, just a real physical, punishing guy in the run game, but also a very, very versatile pass blocker as well. So yeah, I applaud the pick. I really hate the fact that it's the Giants and not the Seahawks making it.
I agree. But yeah, that's been my one negative. That's why I won't put Schneider in that conversation as like greatest GM. Like he's not a GM GOAT. He's just had really good times. And that's because he's missed on big players. And I thought we got that fixed last year. In fact, I said on this podcast, whoever he's listening to when it comes to offensive linemen, he needs to keep on listening to that person because him not making the decision seems to be the best option when it comes to big guys. And apparently them not making any options is what they're doing this year.
Yeah.
All right. So with the 58th pick. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. If you want to talk about John Michael Schmitz or
no, go ahead.
What I said.
No, you're
all right.
No,
so with the 58th pick,
you're completely good.
With the 58th pick, the Dallas Cowboys go out and I believe address a need, and they went out and picked up a Michigan prospect, tight end Luke Schoonmaker.
Yeah, this is a guy that I was pretty high on. This is a great prototypical inline tight end, but also acquits himself really well in the passing game. But he can do it all. This is a playmaker.
Yeah, absolutely. A little older prospect. He's 25. And I think he is a better blocker than his blocking grade shows. I think he's willing, he's tenacious, he's going to stick with it. Real good effort blocker. But yeah, he's I like Luke Shoemaker. We're seeing a run on these tight ends. But
Yeah,
definitely your guy is still on the board there.
He's still on the board. He's not going to be for very long. We're going to see him go, I think, pretty quick here. Obviously not to Buffalo because they already took one, but Cincinnati's coming up and they need a tight end. So
that could be big for them.
Well, he's a big dude, so yeah, it will be really big for him. See what I did there?
Well, speaking of big dudes, DeJuan Jones is still on the board as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And even though I did talk about it, I think it'd be nice if the Seahawks took him because he's such a manimal. I'd rather they stuck with the trenches on the interior of that offensive line. But again, we still got about 28 more picks before the Seahawks pick again, so we're going to see quite a few guys come off the board before we get a chance.
That is correct. Let's see. Got the Bills coming up. Their pick is in already. Let's see how long it takes this commercial break before they actually tell us about it. They need help along that defensive side of the ball, straight up and down the board. They need help on the line. They could probably use another linebacker. They need help in the secondary. They're not going to go wrong if they go to that side of the board. But, yeah. I'm not sure what the Bills are going to do here.
Larry's thinking that we're going to see Trenton Simpson or possibly 2020, whose name I'm sure I butchered, so I apologize about that. But the linebacker out of Alabama. But yeah, I think inside linebacker is definitely a position of need here, and there's some great guys on the board. As long as it's not Deion Henley, I'm really happy with them taking a line.
Yeah.
Although
so are you?
Point, I really doubt that we're going to see the Seahawks take an inside linebacker and Deion Henley. So.
Well, are you hoping that he falls so that they have the opportunity to take him?
No, because at this point I need them to no, because I don't want them to even consider him because at this point we need to focus on the trenches. I love Deion Henley. I think it'd be a fantastic fit in the Seahawks scheme, and but no, we need a center, we need a guard, we need a D tackle, we need a big guy to help stop the run. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want them to be looking at Deion Henley. They got to look away. If they took him, then great. They're taking a fantastic player. But yeah, I don't know what the Seahawks are doing today, man. I have no idea what's going on. I'm at a complete loss. They can take anybody at this point.
Yeah. Right now, their draft doesn't make any sense because it's not need. You obviously see best player available with their first two picks in the first round. And I applauded them for those picks. Those are great players. They're going to be impact players right away. This second round, though, I mean,
yeah, I have a hard time believing that these are not, I know they're not positions of need. I have a hard time believing that either of these guys was the top player on their board. I really do. I'm not, I'm not saying that they're lying if they say that's the case, but I am saying that they're lying if they say that's the case. There's no way that these are the two top players on their board when they picked. I call BS. It's kind of funny. I think the running back certainly made a lot of Seahawks fans upset, and I understand why. But I don't even know what to think here. This is nuts. This is although we're back to the Seahawks being the Seahawks and just going left field with their picks.
Yeah. All right. So the pick is in for Buffalo. The pick's also probably in for other teams as well. I might switch over to ESPN
for all four of the remaining teams.
Yeah. What broadcast are you watching?
I'm watching ESPN, sir.
Well, I'm going to go to ESPN because NFL Network is dragging butt, we'll say.
Dragging butt. Nice.
Yeah, they are not doing what they need to do. So, all right.
Yeah, no, I agree. Cincinnati is coming up in another pick, and yeah, I think you're right, Larry. My guess is it's going to be tight end, but it could be wide receiver. Though I think they're going to have a hard time getting that guy on the field this year if they go wide receiver. Whereas tight end is an immediate need, and they could plug somebody in. There you go. The Buffalo Bills is in, and once again, it's a player that we thought the Seahawks should have taken a look at with one of these picks. Osiris Torrance, I think probably the best, or at least the meanest and strongest interior offensive lineman available in this draft.
Yeah, really like Osiris Torrance. He will punish you. He's like, oh, it's my job to make you hurt at the end of this play, and he will tear it up. I really like Osiris Torrance. There's a reason he's the number one guard in this class. He should have gone to the Seahawks at 37, but here he goes to the Buffalo Bills at 59.
Yeah, like this is a great pick. I mean, not only for value, but just for the need. Like you want to open up run lanes for your athletic quarterback and Josh Allen, and also make sure that nobody is going to be trying to get through on that left side. This is a fantastic pick. Osiris Torrance, just a mean man in the trenches, which again just makes me so upset that he's not a Seattle Seahawk.
Well, and let's hope that there's a reason for that. Let's hope that they knew something that we don't know about the players they did pick. But I'm not willing to give them that credit yet.
Yeah, me neither.
If you recall, last year, we both liked the pick of Ken Walker.
Yeah.
We didn't like it in the place that it was selected, which I'm hoping is what happens here, because we like these players. I'm questioning player selection. So,
yeah.
All right. We have the Bengals pick in, and I don't have it loaded up. But the Bengals went out. They went to Michigan. They went and got themselves a burner in a corner, and that is
DJ Turner.
That is DJ Turner, cornerback out of Michigan.
Yeah, another good pick. Go ahead. I was just gonna say another good pick. I certainly thought that I mean, cornerback's definitely a position of need for them. They need to help build that secondary and that defense, and they're addressing it in this second round. I still think tight end should be their number one target, but there's plenty of tight ends in this draft. So Turner, like I said, is certainly a burner at quarterback. This guy's pretty fleet of foot.
Oh, for sure. I thought there was even a chance if we saw a run on corners that he could have snuck into the first round. But here he is, the end of the second round. But good job in the Bengals. They got a good one in DJ Turner.
Yeah, they do.
All right. I believe the Jags are on the clock now.
I'm really not happy liking everybody else's picks in the second round except for mine. Because really, I think everyone else I've liked every single pick in the second round except for the Seahawks picks, which is just not where I thought I would be today.
Yep. No, I know exactly what you're saying.
Just crazy. Although,
right.
are we going to see another cornerback? It looks like the Jacksonville Jaguars have got their pick in.
Yep, they've made their selection. I know who it is, but we're not going to say it. We'll wait for the announcement. Somebody I don't have a slide for because I expected this person to actually be a day 3 player. I was thinking maybe 4th, 5th round, but they snuck all the way up into the 2nd. So good for the player. Really good for the player. Good player who switched positions in college, and it worked out well.
We got another commercial break.
Yeah.
I think we are.
Waiting for commercials.
Okay.
Make your money on your own time, networks. Come on now.
That's right. We're trying to work here, guys.
We're trying to not get paid to do something we love on the internet. Come on.
Well,
people.
technically, we are trying to get paid doing something we love, but this is just the growing pains you got to go through before we get there.
Yeah. So there you go. Like, watch, subscribe, all that fun stuff. Help push us over the top. It's a brand new channel.
Tell your friends, tell your family.
Exactly. Brand new channel. So we still got to get those 1,000 subscribers, 4,000 watch hours. Those are the benchmarks to hit before we can.
And we're so close, guys. We just need 981 more subscribers or 89 more subscribers. So really
It's not
close.
that bad.
Hoping to hit that number today. And we've got another trade. The Texans have traded back into the second round. So as soon as we hear the Jaguars pick, I'm sure we're going to hear the Texans pick. But the Texans have now traded into that 32nd or 31st pick. Okay. Oh, man. Now I'm like excited, angry. Not angry, excited, frustrated. Because, again, this is not how I thought day 2 was going to go for the Seahawks. And again, nothing against the players, although, again, maybe a little bit of something against their pick at defensive end because we've already got those guys on the roster. What we don't have is a run-stopping defensive end.
Or tackle.
Or defensive tackle. Yeah, look, nose tackle, run-stopping defensive end, offensive guard, offensive center. These are all positions of need. What we didn't need was another pass rush specialist. Yes, Darrell Taylor 2.0 and unless we're not planning on bringing back Nwosu, which would just be a giant mistake. And we definitely didn't need a running back this early. But look, that's them's the breaks, kids.
Yeah, I would have been happy with Roschon Johnson in the fourth,
I'm about to break some kneecaps. Yeah, I can't wait to hear the post-draft press conference from the Seahawks now because they got some splaining to do. So Larry thinks offensive weapon for the Jags. Yeah, I think again they could still look to go tight end, even though they did a franchise tag Evan Ingram, get their guy of the future. But or they could go receiver or even running back. I think Travis Etienne needs a complimentary back.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, someone that's going to be a big bruiser. So I mean, Dwayne McBride's one of those guys. There's quite a few of them. The guy at Auburn is another bruising running back. Here we go. And Larry, you were right. It is an offensive weapon.
There it is. It is tight end Brenton Strange out of Penn State.
Another guy that I really liked.
Yeah, but I liked him in the third round, like the third day. Yeah. But definitely somebody who's intriguing. He's really athletic. He has a whole lot of want to. Like he's a big effort guy.
Former defensive player, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, he boxes guys out like a basketball player. I mean, this guy really gets on it. So maybe that's what they're looking for there in Jacksonville. But yeah, and he's an effort blocker. I'm not going to want him to go one-on-one with guys whose sole job it is to rush the passer or set an edge there. But he can definitely deuce block somebody and then get somebody on the second level in the run game. So yeah, good pick. Brenton Strange out of Penn State.
Yeah. Another guy that I thought the Seahawks could look to target later in the draft. I think this is a little high for him, but again, this is a pretty versatile offensive weapon. So, man, oh man, yeah. And the Texans pick is also in, and we're apparently sticking with the same college.
Yes, we are. We're going to go with center Juice Scruggs out of Penn State. There for
another
the Texans.
Another guy that I wanted to.
Yep.
This guy's got the best name in the draft.
Yes, he does. The all-name team. He's up there with like Captain Munnerlin and some of those guys from the past as well.
Yeah, and another guy out of Penn State. And yeah, this is a guy that I wanted the Seahawks to take a look at again. I think this is a little high for him because I think there are better centers available in the draft right now. But you can't argue with the name, that's for sure.
No, I thought I had him squarely in the 4th, 5th round. But hey, if you like a guy, go get him. Apparently they like him. So gonna have a young center for their quarterback CJ Stroud to get passes or get snaps from. So
I believe you mean their young third-year quarterback, not named CJ Stroud. His name is I get
you're thinking Davis Mills or Mills?
I was, but I don't know why. But yeah, no, you're right. That's exactly who we should be talking about here. Sorry, yeah. I'm still reeling, guys. I'm still reeling. I just can't believe that this draft is breaking down the way it has. And we have another trade. The Ravens trade back up into the bottom half of the second round here. Who are they going to get?
Do we have in the trade? Where?
Yeah, we do. The Ravens have just traded for pick number 32 with the Kansas City Chiefs.
I've still got the Broncos with 63.
Oh, I apologize. It's the Yeah, I apologize. It's the Broncos who traded up one spot. So that's interesting with their division rival.
Lots of in division trading going on.
Oops, the heck am I? Sorry, I'm clicking all the buttons here, guys. My apologies.
All righty. So here we go. We're announcing the pick up at the podium for the Denver Broncos. Let's see what they do. Are they going to give Russell Wilson somebody?
I'm going to say offensive or defensive lineman here.
All right, you would be wrong. It is Marvin Mims Jr., wide receiver. Out of
Oklahoma. A weapon. That is unexpected. Absolutely
Imagine
unexpected.
That. I got a lot more buzz as the year went on, or the draft process went on.
Yeah, he was rocketing up some draft boards. This guy's got pretty complete skill set. Great run after the catch guy. Again, good hands catcher, soft hands. This guy doesn't drop the ball. But yeah, I don't know. For me, I feel like this is like a lesser version of Jerry Jeudy.
I could see that. A little smaller body type. He had really good production, and I guess not really good production, but he had 9 touchdowns in 2020, and then his production fell off in 21 and 22. Graded really high. He was probably one of the top wide receivers in 2020, and then he's been average the last 2 years. So yeah, but you're right. He has a 6.9% drop rate, which is about what you want to see from your wide receivers, because they're going to drop some. You just want it to be single digits.
Yeah. There are 39 picks in the third round this year, so we're going to get ready for long round 3, where the Seahawks have 1 pick, and at this point, I have no idea who it's going to be. So
they're going to pick Joe the plumber from his couch.
I mean, look, at this point, no, nothing at all. Yeah, I don't know, man. Where do the Seahawks go here? I mean, you got to think that they're going to have to address the trenches at some point.
They have to. And as much as I want them to go offensive line, they're probably going to have to take a defensive lineman. But I mean, who I want them to take is Oluwatimi.
Yeah, I figured that's who you were going to say.
Luke
Weipler's still available too.
That's true. I don't think he's going to make it to 83 though.
Yeah, probably not. There are quite a few guys, but yeah, I mean, you got it. Yeah, I don't know. This has been a heck of an oddball draft, even by Seahawks standard. And I'm sitting here trying to get all these extra picks up here on the board. Yeah, I what do you say here? We got what about 15 minutes before the third round kicks off,
Yeah.
and then I don't know what I don't know. I'm still just absolutely flabbergasted. This is not where I thought the Seahawks were going to go with their day 2 picks. Not by a long shot. I'll tell you what, I'm starting to wonder if we're going to see them just go completely left field and take a quarterback with their third round pick, and then we'll still be waiting for them to address the trenches tomorrow.
Yeah,
because again, nothing is going to surprise me at this point. The Seahawks have just gone completely away from what I think everyone thought they were going to do. They got an A+ from quite a few people for round 1. My guess is we're getting a C- for round 2, if that.
Yeah. No, everybody is. I jumped on Twitter and
melting down over a day 2 running back, no doubt.
Let's see here. John Fraley, who has written for publications such as Field Goals and other things, tweeted out, the same running back will be there in the 6th round tomorrow, the exact same one with the exact same impact. And he's like, the Seahawks just traded a 2nd rounder for a 6th rounder. The player wouldn't be there, but the guy, they easily could have got McBride in the 5th, 6th round, who would have the exact same impact. So I understand what he's saying.
Oh, yeah. I look, this is I don't even know what to say.
Yep. Ugh, it's rough.
It is. This is rough. I mean, I'm taking it just as hard as the rest of you guys out there. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be really interested in hearing what Seattle Sports Radio has to say about these day 2 picks, because they love day 1, but I imagine they're gonna be pretty down on these day 2 picks. So there you go. Last person drafted was Marvin Mims Jr. by the Denver Broncos at pick 63. The Chicago Bears are back on the clock.
All right. Yeah, their pick is in. Let's see when we're actually going to get it. Let's see if I even have him. I do not. Yeah, so we're on to round 3, right? We're in the second half of the day. These picks should fly by a little faster. I think we have another time reduction between picks.
Oh man, and another guy that I was looking for the Seahawks to target. So here we're starting to see these big defensive players come off the board.
Yeah.
And this is a guy that the Seahawks had in for a visit too.
Yeah, they had so the pick for the Bears, I didn't see it announced, but they're already saying that the Eagles pick is in. So the pick for the Bears is Zach Pickens from the defensive interior line out of South Carolina. He had a really good combine. He looked pretty good. And this is a good pick. I really like this pick for Chicago.
Yeah, I agree. This is a great pick. Another guy that I was pretty high on coming into the draft, that I thought if the Seahawks were going to wait till day 2 to address that defensive line like they did, that this would be a guy that they could look at. Unfortunately, he's not going to be there when the Seahawks pick. So, man, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm still reeling.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be a pretty brutal round 3 for us because we're going to see guys um, flying off the board that we really love because there's quite a few of them still available. And for those of you looking at the stream, just ignore the ticker right now. Other than the Zach Pickens pick, I'm still updating. There's been drafts flying everywhere. The Eagles have the next 2 picks.
I imagine they traded one of those in the trade to come up to 65.
Doesn't show that they did, but
hasn't shown it yet.
possible.
I don't think we have the details yet on the trade. All right. There we go. Yeah, I'm still waiting. You haven't found any details, have you? Or
nope,
seen anything?
Nothing so far. According to ESPN, the Eagles still have the next 2 picks, and I think they said in the next they're both in. So I think that the Eagles did get back-to-back picks.
Maybe they did.
For those of you wondering, no, the Seahawks do not have any compensatory picks this year. So we are going to see they've just got their natural selections from here on out, except for their round 5 pick, which was a trade with, I believe, the Steelers.
Yeah, I think the networks are on their between round breaks. They've shifted to the secondary coverage teams.
The Vamp guys, yeah, that's us. We are Team B. Man, Robbie, what's going through your head right now? What are you thinking?
As far as the draft goes, there's definitely been some reaches. We have some good players who are falling. The problem is I don't have faith in the Seahawks to pick the good players if they're available when we do pick. So
not if today's anything to go by, they don't.
No, I mean, I hate to say it. I'm not a big draft grade player comparison kind of person, but right now the Seahawks have a D for the day. So, and it's not because of the players. Like, these are really good players. They're not addressing what they need to address. I understand not going offensive line or defensive line with the Derek Hall pick. I mean, technically he plays D-line, but he's an edge and we don't need pass rushers right now. So it's tough because you could say, well, I guess there wasn't really a defensive interior guy that could go there. And I would agree with that. They may have had a slightly lower grade on Benton. But you can't tell me Osiris Torrance wasn't at least discussed in either of those second round picks.
I mean, I can't imagine that that's the case. Is it possible that he wasn't discussed? I would have to assume it's possible because they didn't pick him. But yeah, yeah, dude, I just don't even know. This day is shaping up to be like the opposite of what yesterday was.
Yeah. Alrighty. All right, there we go. The pick is in, and it is Tyler Steen, who played tackle at Alabama, but will probably end up being a guard at the NFL. I know you were a little higher on Steen than I was.
Yeah, I mean, well, really strong guy in the run game. I mean, this guy can be a bruiser. The biggest knock on him at tackle is he just doesn't have the length. I think he's got all the skill set. But yeah, he's got slightly shorter arms at 31 inches. But I mean, I always have trouble ranking Alabama guys because it's not just because that it's Alabama and I can't stand them, but because it's a team full of superstars. So it's kind of hard to look at a guy and go, yeah, this is a standout guy, or is he a standout guy because he happens to be on a team where it's just stacked? But yeah, no, I think this is a good pick.
Yeah, I think he'll fill in well. I think he's going to slide into their interior and be a good depth rotational guy. I don't think he's coming in to start, but in the third round, you're not counting on those guys to be Abe Lucas and end up being a starter day one.
Yeah.
So he will impact the team. I think he will make the team better, being a rotational interior.
Their second pick has been announced too. I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, I've got that. I'm loading it up right now. I had to wait to get Tyler Steen off the page, but this is one of my favorite players.
I know.
I talked about him a little earlier, but I'm a real big fan of both this player and his brother, both out of the University of Illinois, and that's Sidney Brown, safety. There's a little knock on him. People think he's plateaued. They think he's got a decently high floor, but the ceiling doesn't go much above where he's at right now. I understand how you have to project potential a little bit in this industry, but this player is too good to have those negatives drop him, and that's sort of what we're seeing here. And they got good value. Sidney Brown is definitely going to bolster that defense. So a good rotational piece. He's going to play special teams for you. I really like Sidney Brown.
Yeah, again, if we're talking about him and not his brother right now, but his brother's a running back that I know you were pretty high on, and you thought could come in and be a nice complementary piece in the run game. But the dreams of having a Brown Twins reunion, a la the Seahawks. Why can't I think of the twins that played for us just 2 years ago? Because I can't do names apparently.
Griffin brothers.
Thank you. Yeah, the Griffin brothers. It would have been nice to see another brother duo here in Seattle, but that dream is shattered here.
Yes. And so, we have the Broncos pick. The Broncos have just selected, and I don't have their thing up because I'm slacking. Okay, here we go. The Broncos were on the clock. The Broncos went out and got someone who I think is definitely flying under the radar, and that is a linebacker out of Arkansas.
Oh, here we go.
Put up some really good numbers. Showed some good leadership traits, and that's Drew Sanders, linebacker out of Arkansas. If you look at him, everybody had him as a consensus second-round pick. They got him in the third round, so get a little value out of this pick. And this is the point in the draft where I get mad at networks because they don't show the players actually getting their name called and selected. I think that it does a disservice to the player. It does a disservice to really the broadcast and the fans. I think everybody wants to hear the team pick their player. But yeah. So what do you like about Drew Sanders? While I queue up the Lions.
What I like about Drew Sanders is he's a very versatile linebacker. This is a guy who can definitely come in and thump in the run game. And he's also got pretty decent coverage skills. Lanky guy, very willing tackler, good at wrapping up. This is a guy that I like. If the Seahawks were going to target a linebacker, and it wasn't Deion Henley, I think this was another guy that they could have taken a look at. This guy's got great length for a linebacker, and even though I think he needs to put on a little bit more weight at the next level, he can come in right away and start. Good pick. Sure. Once again, I'm liking everybody's picks except for the Seahawks, which is really upsetting.
Normally I want
to like our picks, guys.
Yep. Normally I do. Normally I'm like, I wouldn't have taken that player there, but they have to have a reason. Good job. And I can't do that today. I can't be a cheerleader in this regard. So we're waiting for this pick to be announced. So I have some really good players. Cedric Tillman still on the board. good big body wide receiver. In fact, he's bigger than Quentin Johnston. So, if somebody's out there looking for a big body receiver, I could see Detroit looking at that.
And Mark, he's bigger than Quentin Johnston, and will have a better pro career than Quentin Johnston. So,
yes,
yes,
because he actually has wide receiver traits.
He is a true X receiver. Yeah, he can catch the ball with his hands, which I think is a pretty necessary skill to have. So, I do want to give another shout out to my brother-in-law Larry. He nailed that steam pick. That's who he had the Eagles taking, and they did.
Nice.
So,
Steen had he rose.
Larry's going to have to put our board. Yeah, Larry's going to have to put our big board together next year. I think that's going to be.
Yeah, he'll be our draft prognosticator.
There you go. Oops, did I take the scroll down? I did. Dang it! Sorry, I didn't mean to do that, guys. My apologies. There are the picks as they stand currently.
Excellent.
He's saying Adebawore. I could see that. I think that the Steelers, the Detroit Lions, have already doubled up on defensive line. I don't know that that's necessarily a need for them here, but it's entirely possible. I could also see them going with linebacker. Trenton Simpson is a possibility here, especially now that we've seen. I've got a dog hair that's like in my peripheral vision, and I can't find it. Just like the worst thing when you have just this hair floating over here. Man, this is getting rough, man, because I really want to like what the Seahawks are doing, but I don't.
I just don't. It doesn't make sense to me right now. So let's see what they do late. If they go pick up Jared Clark late, if they go pick up some late round offensive linemen, like the center out of Oregon, it is a little bit sneaky, good skill set. And he actually was a top 30 visit for the Seahawks. Like if they actually address these needs later, maybe looking at the full picture, I'll be able to see what was going on. But right now, I just don't get it. All right, we got the selection for the Lions. And with the 68th pick, the Lions select someone I know you are happy with.
Oh, this is going to make some people very happy and some people very mad.
Hendon Hooker, quarterback, Tennessee.
Yeah, I think this is just a value pick here. I think that they just couldn't pass up a guy with his skill set. I think that with Jared Goff already there, I think this is a little bit of a questionable pick because I think Jared Goff fits their system incredibly well and obviously put up some amazing numbers with them last year. But I do think that just for the value, they couldn't pass up Hendon Hooker at this spot.
No, 100% a value pick. And it's a value because he's coming off that ACL. And I know all the doctors' reports said, he'd be able to be ready for the start of the season. You don't have to rush him back. They have Jared Goff. So, in fact, I'd put him on injured reserve. I'd let him truly rest this whole year, learn the system, get in the books, and just rely on Jared Goff. And then Hendon Hooker can be your guy in 2 or 3 years. And he's got the skill set to come in and lead a team. And KJ Wright is really high on Hendon Hooker. He said he'd have taken him at 5 overall. So
yeah, he wanted the Seahawks to target. I'm glad they didn't. But I gotta say, I thought if the Seahawks weren't going to, I thought the Seahawks plan this year was going to be fill needs and then build draft capital for next year, and they've done neither of those things so far. Yes. I don't know what's going on in Seattle, but I'm waiting on bated breath here, guys, because I got to think that everybody should be scratching their heads at these Seahawks picks. Surely there are people that are not and probably had these picks, but I would love to meet you.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure at some point everybody was mocked to every single spot because people just play with mock drafts. Yeah. But yeah, we've got 2 or 3 picks that are already on in the books that just haven't been announced yet.
Texans, Raiders, and New Orleans have all got their picks in. So,
yep.
Let's see what Larry's got going on the text toy here. Let's see. Yes. We know, Larry. You've been calling for Hendon Hooker. But yeah, man. I'm not gonna tell that joke on air, Larry. I'll let you let you keep that one. But yeah.
So Larry, with your reference to fantasy football, I'm in the same boat you are. I went out on an undefeated championship season, and yep, I retired. I don't play fantasy anymore. I find that I enjoy football more when I'm not anxious about my fantasy team.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Whereas I love fantasy because then I actually have a reason to watch more football.
There you go.
Because otherwise I'd just be watching just the Seahawks games. But it gets me involved, gets me scouting other teams, which is a plus now that we're doing this. Oh, here we go.
Yep.
You're gonna
Texans
love this
pick is from Houston, wide receiver Nathaniel Tank Dell.
Why is my computer freezing here? Sorry, guys, trying to get this stream thing done. There we go.
No, and it's really interesting because right now ESPN has Nathaniel Dell banner across the screen, but they're talking to Hendon Hooker. So it's Hendon Hooker wearing a Lions hat, but with Nathaniel Dell as the nameplate. You know, just some of those broadcast names. All right.
This is a really good pick. I don't know that Dell will be wide receiver, but he'll certainly step in and move the sticks for them. And he's got upside for sure. This guy's a baller.
Yeah. All right, Adam, I'm gonna have to pass it back to you. I gotta go. I got a baby waking up here. So
all right, yeah. You go deal. I will I'll be here.
I will be back
morning our season coming up because it's I'm scared.
Yep.
All right, man. Shevitz. I don't even know what to do here, guys. Got the Raiders pick is in. I'm just waiting for it to get announced, and we'll throw that up. But yeah, this we're seeing some of these really talented guys that a lot of them that I thought the Seahawks should be taking a look at starting to come off the board here. Dell was definitely one of them. If we waited to take a slot wide receiver, obviously we got Jackson Smith and Jigma in the first round, so that's all sewn up. But good player, really good player. High on this guy. I think he's going to come in and do some damage right away. Certainly he'll step right into the return game for the Houston Texans. But I also think we're going to see him on offense right away as well. This guy's got all the skills. He just a little bit smaller, but still a player. And there we go. Once again, the guys that are in the trenches are coming off the board in bunches. The Las Vegas Raiders have selected Byron Young, defensive tackle out of Tennessee. Byron Young out of Alabama, not the defensive end out of Tennessee. Completely different guys. My apologies. But Byron Young out of Alabama goes number 70 overall to the Las Vegas Raiders. Good pick. This is another guy that is going to be able to add some meat to the middle. He brings something to the pass rush too. Not necessarily a nose tackle, but this guy can certainly play over center if he needs to. But definitely more of like a one gapper in between the guard and the tackle. Yeah, really good pick. Another guy that we were at this point the Seahawks needing to address the trenches. I was kind of hoping that this guy might be available to them, but no such luck. So yeah, we're seeing a lot of these really good players come on the board. The Seahawks still have about 15 picks before they select. So we're going to be waiting for a little bit before we can call one of those. But here we are. Round 3 underway. And the Saints pick is already in. Give me just 1 second to update the scroll, and we'll get that out to you as well. So the picks are going to be coming kind of fast and furious here in a sec. Oops, I guess I didn't say this. Sorry, guys. And a good value pick here for the Saints, picking Kendre Miller out of TCU, running back. Obviously, their superstar Calvin Kamara is another guy who I think can kind of step into that role when needed. He can certainly acquit himself in the passing game coming out of the backfield. He's got soft hands, and has that next gear, so he can get downfield. So yeah, I think this is a great pick. The Saints. Ooh-wee, ooh-wee. The Cardinals are now on the clock. Yeah, I like Kyler Ringo, but I don't want to see him in Arizona, Larry. So I'm hoping you're wrong, and they take something else. Also, Ringo's got even though he did play corner and he was a fantastic corner. Robbie's got a theory that he is going to end up moving over to safety at some point in his career, which is fine. That's another area of need for the Cardinals. So that would be a fantastic pick for him. Again, I'm hoping they don't, because I really like the guy and I do not want to see him lining up across from the Seahawks. Yeah, good point, Larry. The fact that we don't like him means that he's probably a surefire thing for the Cardinals. Just waiting for that pick to come in. Oh, all right. We got 12 more picks before the Seahawks are up at this point. And there's still a lot of guys. Look, the Seahawks are still going to get themselves a good player. And it's probably going to be, I don't know, at this point, I don't know, a safety. What else don't we need? We don't need a safety, so that's probably going to be the Seahawks pick. So I guess J.L. Skinner, welcome to the Seattle Seahawks. I do like J.L. Skinner out of Boise State. And I would love to see him as a Seahawk, but right now I would rather that they take someone that fills an area of need, because we need meat on the interior of both the offensive and defensive lines, and we have yet to make a pick along those lines. So yeah, Larry, I think that's another cornerback that could be considered, or safety in this case. But yeah, the Cardinals definitely need defensive help. Though they also, I mean, I guess if they're not going to trade DeAndre Hopkins, maybe they don't need a wide receiver at this point. But you were saying Johnston fits our safety scheme. Yeah, Larry, I mean, look, if we're going to take a safety, sure, Johnson out of Texas A&M is a guy. Again, I think J.L. Skinner is another guy that we could look at. I was just discussing, Robbie, what don't the Seahawks need, and so what are they going to take here with their third round pick? And
another running back.
Another running back. I landed on safety, but yeah, another running back would be another fantastic choice. A wide receiver, would be another one of those that you got to wonder about.
Yeah, I mean, to go back to Larry talking about Antonio Johnson, I actually put him on the thumbnail for this live stream because I thought he was going to go today. Seems to be dropping, but Yeah, I don't think we need a safety. I think we have too many defensive backs. We're going to end up cutting somebody. We're going to end up cutting a defensive back or two that's going to make somebody else's 53-man roster.
Here you go. The pick is in. The Cardinals pick is in. And they did go defensive back.
Yes, they did. I think I have this one. They went defensive back. They went with a slow upload. They went with Garrett Williams, the corner from Syracuse. I did not do a ton of scouting on Garrett Williams, I have to say. I hate to admit that out loud, but from what I can tell, I mean, he's a pretty decent corner. I mean, PFF gave him a 72 coverage grade, a little below average in his run defense. But yeah, I mean, he had a shortened season. He only played in 7 games. So you got to make sure all the medical checks and make sure that he's able to be reliable in that regard. Because he did tear his ACL last year. So that may be why he fell. Really quick feet. He can mirror guys. I mean, really, I think he's all right. I wish I would have watched a little bit more tape on him, though. And
we got another trade already. The New York Giants have just jumped up.
Oh.
And they have selected.
Oof. The Giants have selected.
I'm surprised this guy's still available. He was getting amazing draft buzz. I mean, I think this is where he should have gone because I think he's a one trick pony. But I am surprised he's still out there, or was still out there for the Giants. And as soon as I will.
And that for sure, they went out and got a weapon, the weapon for Daniel Jones to throw to, and that is Jalen Hyatt, wide receiver out of Tennessee. In my opinion, he was the number 1 target for Hendon Hooker at Tennessee, but he was probably the number 2 talented receiver on Tennessee last year. Definitely think Cedric Tillman is a more talented receiver. Jalen Hyatt ran from they used him a lot as the off guy in a stack formation. They did a lot of things to get him open off the line, so we'd have free releases. And though that looks good in college and that works in college, and as a college coach, more power to you. You got to do what's going to work. It does not bode well for NFL projection and NFL production because these players don't have the reps in beating press, and they don't have the reps going up against just man covers, not just press man, but just man in general. So it's real tough. But highly athletic, definitely has potential to be special. Let's see if he can get there, though.
But yes, I agree. I just realized that my phone is about to die, so I will no longer be watching the stream on that. I'm gonna have to pull up my alternative, and that is my tablet here, which I apparently didn't plug in today. So let's see how long she lasts.
All right. Well, the good news is, we've only got like 30 picks left.
Oh, is that all? Good.
Good. Only. Oh, all right. Here you go. We're going to go ahead and just take that down. Because Tennessee is bringing a lot of players into the NFL via the third round. And we had
a defensive end
Jalen Hyatt go, and then immediately after him, we had what I believe is the more talented receiver from Tennessee. Cedric Tillman just went to the Browns. So unfortunate for him that he goes to such a trash organization, but great for the player for getting drafted here in the third round.
Yeah, dude, love Tillman. If he hadn't been injured last year, I still think he would have been the number one receiver in Tennessee. Got all the skills to be a true X receiver in the NFL. Great hands, good body control, aggressive at the point of, at the point of catch. So I really, really like this pick. This is a really good pick.
Yeah, really big on Cedric Tillman there. So once again, maybe he'll be part of a trade and he can get his way out of Cleveland, because I have zero respect for that organization.
Can't imagine why.
Well, you know, he is going to be forced to catch passes from the massage predator out there. But, you know, besides that, they're great. Sorry to all the Cleveland fans that you have to root for such a trash franchise.
Yep. Yeah, Cleveland has definitely fallen by the wayside in the AFC East, or sorry, AFC North. Yeah, I'm looking forward to them being last place in their own division for years to come.
Yeah, and they have good players. Yeah, but that's all I'm going to say about that. I don't like to give them extra attention.
Why are you not immediately going to the draft? What is going on here? Sorry, ESPN is messing with me. I don't get it.
It's on ABC is where I found it, even though it's the ESPN broadcast.
Maybe that's what's going on. Okay, let me. Stupid live TV here thing. Oh, come on. Oops, sorry, we'll throw this up while I'm messing around with my stuff here.
All right, we don't have the pick revealed yet. I've got it loaded up. We're still a couple picks behind the broadcast because they never seem to do this on time. It will be worse. I'll complain about it probably every half an hour tomorrow. I'm apologizing in advance.
Oh yeah, tomorrow's gonna be so much fun. I'm gonna have a heck of a time keeping up with the ticker. I can already tell. But
well, and it's because they release like 4 or 5 picks at once because they can't give the player the moment of hearing their name called or being able to reveal it. And that's an NFL problem. That's not just the networks. The NFL does not announce the names like they should. Instead, they want talking heads to talk and ad revenue to come in from long commercial breaks.
Yeah, you would think with the onset of a lot of these late round draft guys coming in and contributing right away. I mean, Mr. Irrelevant from last year, especially that maybe they might have changed their. Wow, this is just not loading. I can't get a stupid broadcast to show. But apparently no. Apparently they're going to stick with their you don't matter if you're not a first round pick guy or early round pick. So
I guess.
All right, here we go. Let's see if this continues to. Work or not work. Doesn't want to, apparently. Come on.
I have to say the Falcons they had a really good offseason. They're here about to pick a player. But they brought in a few weapons for quarterback to handle. And that is who'd they pick last year out of Cincinnati?
You're talking about Drake London.
No, I'm not. He was out of USC. No, and he was the year before. Quarterback. Desmond Ridder.
Yeah, Desmond Ridder.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And yes, it's taken me an entire year. I have finally stopped calling him Riddler, but he is Desmond Ridder. So they brought in some weapons for him. I'm excited for what they can do in a wide open division there in the NFC South. Part of that is I really want to like the Panthers, but the Panthers sometimes don't want me to like them. And they do things like beat the Seahawks when they shouldn't, things like that.
Yes.
So we have the pick. The pick is in. They didn't announce it. It just showed up on the screen. So the Atlanta Falcons have selected Zach Harrison, defensive end out of Ohio State. Probably a little bit higher than I had him projected, but I think he's a solid player. I think he brings tools to the table a lot like Tariq Smith, who the Seahawks took in the 5th round, I believe, last year, also out of Ohio State. So yeah, just a real solid defensive lineman. I'd say probably a true defensive end, not really one of those stand-up edge rusher guys.
Yeah, I mean, good bend, nice length on this guy. He's definitely a go-getter. High motor kind of guy. So I think this is a good value pick for them here late in the day.
All right, now we have the New England Patriots, who
have picked another high motor guy.
Yes, they have. So let's see, where's New England? Patriots on the clock. This pick has actually been in for a while, and that is a player that I don't have a graphic for, but that's Marte Mapu, who played safety at Sacramento State, but he got drafted as a linebacker, and that's really where I saw him. A little physical safety, not really athletic, but you move him into the box, and now he's athletic enough to cover tight ends, big and powerful enough, plays with enough power that he can be effective in the run game. So, yeah, Marte Mapu is somebody who was actually mocked to the Seahawks pretty frequently in the 4th round. So New England getting him here in the 3rd round, is pretty good. I think it's because I saw him roll by his 13th pick in the 3rd round, and it just triggered something in my brain. I would love it if we still had 14 rounds of draft. I think I would have no voice for the next month, but I would love if we still had all that draft. Plus, I think these players would get an opportunity to hear their name if people say their name anymore. There's a difference between your agent calling and being like, okay, we're negotiating with these couple teams for where you want to go as an undrafted free agent. It's different than when that coach calls and that GM calls and they're like, hey, you want to be a Seahawk? We're about to take you. You get that you're needed sort of mentality. The advantage of the undrafted free agent signing system that we have now is that guys can go pick where they're going to be. So there's pros and cons.
The pick is in again.
I think, yeah, no, we're screaming through these picks.
Jeez.
This one is Byron Young, not the Byron Young who was already selected, but the Byron Young also out of Tennessee, because we're going to take all the Tennessee players in the 3rd round. He's an edge rusher. Real exciting player to watch, athletic. Evaluations for this guy were all over the board. You can see that on this graphic here. Connor Rogers, NBC Sports, had him 126th when the Draft Network had him at 45. So, I mean, that's your range right there. But he's square smack in the middle of that here in the 3rd round. Byron Young out of Tennessee. Who we're going to see because he's in LA. He went to the Rams.
Yep. Love seeing these high motor pass rushers come in when we still haven't taken anybody to help along that interior offensive line. And here we go. The Green Bay Packers finally select a weapon. The pick is in again.
No, the Green Bay Packers have selected several weapons.
Well, yep. Sorry, this is an offensive weapon for their new starting quarterback, Mr. Jordan Love.
Yes, it is. And somebody who's relatively close. I mean, he's not from Wisconsin, which would be right down the road, but somebody from up north playing at an FCS school, and that's Tucker Kraft, tight end out of South Dakota. South Dakota State, right? Or is it just South Dakota?
South Dakota.
Anyway.
Yep, South Dakota State.
So I really like this player. He was somebody who cracked into my tight end rankings. Someone who I liked. I had him at number 5. He's a really well-rounded guy. a better receiver than blocker, but he's got that prototypical size. He's 6'5", 255 pounds. He's played a lot of football. He's been the guy there for South Dakota State for years. Granted, it's against lesser competition, but he's seen a lot of football. And so now he just needs to get up to the speed of the NFL. And I think he'll be able to slide right in. Really good weapon. I think Green Bay did an awesome job.
Yeah, I think this is a fantastic thing. Obviously, a big position of need. They needed a tight end to come in to kind of help. Obviously, have a target in the seam and then help in the running game as well, because their running game took a slight downturn hit last year. Excuse me once again while I sneeze.
Everybody's watching your sneeze face, if that makes you think of anything. But no, I like that they're getting weapons. I think Aaron Rodgers is cringing over there. But
let's hope so. I nothing wrong with making Aaron Rodgers cringe. Oh, and Indianapolis also takes
Indianapolis. Yes, they do. Here's a player I really liked at the top of the second round. So the fact that he made it to the middle of the third is really interesting, and that's wide receiver Josh Downs, someone who projects to be more of a slot in the NFL. But yeah, I really like him. He's going to come in. He's going to have an instant effect. Kind of a slot-only guy. Great route runner. I mean, this guy can use the route to his advantage. He uses the route to create separation, which I like. Yeah, really productive. And here's the thing. He's not a really big guy, but he had a 72.2% contested catch rate. I mean, this guy is going to pull it down more often than not up there on contested catches. So I would say that is a near steal for the Colts. I'm actually, no.
It's a steal.
It is a steal. Yeah, clearly a steal.
Yeah, this guy, he's going to come in and be a perfect complement to what they already have on offense. So, yeah, I think this is a great pick.
All right. Right now we got the Steelers on the clock. They've done some good things. I could see them.
I believe there's a trade.
Oh, we got a trade? The Panthers on the clock now.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go ahead and find Carolina then. The Panthers on the clock. And obviously, as we get to some of these lesser trades, we don't always get compensation for it because, once again, people like to change the way they release information as the draft goes on.
Which is fun for us, of course.
Yeah, because who needs to know? They're just going to put an article out later with all 57 trades on it.
All right, three more picks till the Seahawks are back on the clock. I'm scared. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little. It's trepidation is what I'm feeling right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's some good players. We got Darnell Washington, Antonio Johnson, Luke Whippler, Adebawore, Deion Henley. I'm like, we have some really good players, and one of those guys is going to be available at least because I just listed off.
My guess is all but one of those guys is going to be available. I think we're going to see Darnell Wright go to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but that's just me.
I could see that.
I mean, heck, he could go right here. They need a tight end in Carolina as well, but let's see what Mr. Prognosticator says. Seriously though, so many trades.
This is somebody that you actually. Yeah, this is somebody I think I obviously just the pick is already up. Just not announced yet. So somebody I thought was going to go later. They definitely, I think, could have got a better player here than they did. And I don't have a graphic for him. So let's wait till it's announced.
Is this a linebacker?
Nah, it's an edge. They're going edge. So still on the defense, probably where they needed to go.
Is this Mike Morris?
It is not.
Oh, okay. That's my number one edge guy still available. So, or sorry, after Adebawore, obviously, but oh, hey, yeah, I did like this guy. I still like
Yep.
this guy. Real high motor. Um, definitely can get after the quarterback. Needs to work on his tackling for sure. He needs to learn to wrap up, but can definitely put the hit on. And
Yeah, Northwest guy.
yeah,
Yeah.
he
They
is a
haven't announced
Northwest
it
guy.
yet, but it's DJ Johnson out of Oregon. So
It is DJ
yeah,
Johnson out of
no,
Oregon. A guy that I was super high on coming into the draft. I didn't
I
think
was
that he
not.
was going to go this early. I didn't think he was going to go this early. When I say super high, meaning that I really wanted to see him get drafted. But there was a distinct possibility that he was going to be available all the way to the end of the draft. There was no guarantees that this guy was going to get drafted. I'm glad he did. Certainly deserves it. He's a high motor player, and yeah, I'm just kind of mad that we're seeing all these wonderful defensive guys go off the board to other teams.
Yeah. He was PFF's 237th player on their big board.
So they also didn't think that this guy was going to get drafted, apparently.
Well, no, that's draftable. That's just late.
Yeah.
So,
Oops.
let's see. The Titans are still on the clock. I could see them maybe going DeJuan Jones before the.
Yeah. Yeah, they definitely need help along the offensive line. That'd be a great pick for him, which means it's probably not going to happen.
Oh, hold on. Oh, hey, yep, there's a baby running around the crib. All right, Elizabeth's on her way home. I'm just going to keep an eye on her.
Yeah, no worries. So, look, the Seahawks are up in 2 picks. Adebawore certainly, I think, should be the number 1 target, but we've already taken an edge. So, if it's not Adebawore, because we've already taken edge, is it offensive line? And if so, which offensive lineman? I know you want your guy out of Michigan. I think Weipler out of Ohio State's another guy that they could be taking a look at. But I mean.
Yeah. Hey, why don't you talk about that? I'll be right back.
Yeah. Well, so Larry here says that he thinks it's going to be a trade down. Yeah, that would be nice. We definitely could use some more ammo. But at the same time, I don't want to trade down too far because there's a lot of guys that I really like that we need to take a look at. But yeah, trade down certainly is a possibility. The fact that we haven't traded down yet is still blowing my mind. You think Jones or Kylie Ringo? Yeah, they did already take a corner, so I don't know that they're still looking to add to that defensive backfield. But I think Jones, the right tackle out of Ohio State, is a guy that they could and should be taking a look at. He is an insanely athletic, huge guy at 6'7", 340 pounds. So yeah, I think that would be a fantastic pick. But we'll see. We're coming up. It looks like the pick is in. Whew. Yeah, no, I knew you were talking about the Titans there, Larry. No, because although I wouldn't mind Dewad Jones at the Seahawks either. You could kick Cross, or not Cross. And again, I'm so bad at names. I keep spacing. Our right tackle could kick into guard, and Simpson could hang out there. But But yeah, I think defensive tackle is a good idea. Siaki Ika is still on the board. That's a good call. The Seahawks, I think we still need a big man for the nose, so I wouldn't mind that. That's probably a thinner position than offensive line. But here we go. The pick is in, and this is a running back who I've been pretty high on. And yeah, I think is a good pick for Tennessee. There's been some talk about them possibly trading Derrick Henry this offseason, so this is a guy that could certainly step into that running back one role, though I think he's certainly not the same style of running back as Derrick Henry. Still a big guy that can run between the tackles, but can also acquit you with some. He'll be able to come in on passing downs right away, I think. And we're talking, of course, about Tyjae Spears out of Tulane.
Excellent. All right, and whose pick was that?
That was the 81st pick. The Tennessee Titans, Tyjae Spears, Tulane running back.
Excellent. Seahawks are on the clock. Nope, they're not. Sorry.
Nope,
my bad.
No, they're not.
I jumped the gun. Jumped the gun. It's the Buccaneers.
It was almost perfect timing for you, though. You're coming
almost.
But I do like Tyjae Spears. I was a little higher on him than you are. But this is a guy who I think has all the skill sets to be a 3-down back in the NFL. He's going to need to work a little bit on his pass blocking, but for the most part, I think this guy's going to come in right away and contribute. Even if Derrick Henry's still there, this I think will be their new passing down back. So,
yeah, well, actually, Tyjae Spears was my number 3 running back.
You're right. Sorry, you were higher on him than I was. You're absolutely right. My bad.
Yeah, he's just electric. I mean, this guy battles through every single rep. You know, you'd think as a smaller back that he wouldn't run as physical as he does. But yeah, he's just great to watch. He's a big play threat on every play. I really like Tyjae Spears. I think he's going to do real well. Whether or not Derrick Henry's still there, or if he's coming in. So if he's coming in to spell him on a play or two, or if they end up trading him and he ends up being the guy, I think he can handle both loads.
And of course, the Tampa Bay pick is already in now. Another guy that both of us really liked along the defensive line. This is another one of those bigger DN guys that I think we thought that Seahawks might want to be taking a look at because we, again, need some meat in there to help stop the run.
Yaya Diaby.
Yaya
Diaby out of Louisville. Hey, this guy is huge, right? And he ran what, a 4.39 or something like that in the 40.
Yeah,
like, he tore the roof off that thing. Insane. So sorry for the beeping. My baby monitor view screen is losing battery, and I don't have the charger in here. And Elizabeth.
And there's another trade.
Did the Seahawks trade?
The Seahawks have traded out of the third round completely. We might not see another pick today.
To the Broncos.
With the Denver Broncos.
All right. Let's see. Now I want to know what this compensation is.
Yeah, right.
Let's see who the Broncos came up to get. They could get. I mean, the Broncos need help everywhere. I would like to see Darnell Washington go here to the Broncos. I think he'd be a good fit for them.
Yeah.
I think it could help. Russell Wilson. Yep. Yeah, definitely kind of get back in the groove. And he did the Seahawks a solid by sucking last year, but we'll see what happens.
That was very kind of him. Thank you very much, Russ, for that.
Well, it's just like I don't think there's any chance that Aaron Rodgers retires at the end of this next year, just so that Green Bay gets that extra first-round pick.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a nice parting gift from number 12.
Even though I still believe the Jets gave up way too much. Oh, yeah, first of all, way too much for a 42-year-old quarterback, but also too much because he already said he's either playing for the Jets or not playing. And that gave the Packers zero leverage. And they still walked out of it with the potential for an extra first-round pick.
Yeah. That was Gutekunst made a pretty freaking fantastic deal there. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree, Larry. I'm pretty sure Schneider was going crazy not having been able to pull off a trade yet. So went back to the well for a team that he knows pretty well and knows is open to trading with him. So there you go. That means, though, that currently the Seahawks do not have another pick today.
Have we got the details yet? Oh,
No.
I love who the Broncos picked. I have this one. Hold on. Let me put it up.
All right, let me get back to my banners here, and we'll get rid of Mr. Yaya Diaby. Is this going to make me mad that the Seahawks traded out of this pick and probably should have just taken this guy? Probably.
No, the Seahawks would have never taken him.
Okay.
So not after round one.
So this is Kylie Ringo, isn't it?
This is not. No.
Oh wow.
The NFL safety Kylie Ringo. No. This is Riley Moss, the corner out of Iowa.
That's another guy that's probably going to be a safety in the NFL. So.
See, I see him as a corner. He's
really
highly athletic, a former track guy, put up really good numbers, real tenacious defender. He really fits that Iowa defender mold. I think the Broncos got an absolute gem here. And this, people are going to say they reached for this player. I think he will play up to his third round selection for sure.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think this is a fantastic pick. Yeah, I'm still waiting to find out what the Seahawks were able to get from this trade.
Please let it be at 2 next year. Just a straight up this third for next year's second. That'd be great.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that. Although I would really like to see them get another pick this year because we need guys.
No, I know.
This if the Seahawks pick less than 10 picks, that will be the least amount of picks that they've ever taken in a draft under Dan Schneider and Pete Carroll. Not the least that they've started off with, but the least they've ever actually taken. They've always taken 10 or more picks. Right now, if they traded this third round away for a second next year, which is your hope and projection, that means that they will only have 9 picks in this year's draft.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. This very well could be a 4th and a 5th or a 7th and a 4th. You know, they could have packaged some picks or a 5th rounder this year and a 6th rounder next year. You know what I mean? So hopefully we got some value.
Oh, Larry also called this one.
Nice. Larry, I'm telling you, next year we're going to have a special segment, and it will be NFL Draft Prognostication with Larry.
There you go.
And that will be the segment, and we'll have you on a couple times through the year and then here in the draft season because you are nailing this.
Yeah, good job, man. Thanks again for the engagement, Larry. Much appreciated. Loved having you keep me busy, give me something to talk about.
Which normally is not a problem with Adam.
No, but my attention's so divided because I'm having to take care of the ticker and all this other stuff. So it's been I've been a little less than my chatty self. I'll say that.
Well, I'll tell you what. We got another pick coming in.
Yeah, here we go.
The Dolphins have selected running back Devon Achane out of Texas A&M. This guy is an absolute burner. I mean, he can make you pay. This is a track, straight line speed guy, and he is worth every bit of athleticism you could possibly imagine. I mean, this guy is crazy athletic. I would like to see him more in that lateral agility because he definitely shows some of those traits that you see with track athletes in football where they have a lot of straight line speed, but when they have to throttle that speed down in order to go sideways, they can't do it once they're at the high gear. He's good initially. It's when he motors up, he has a little bit of an issue throttling down. But other than that, I mean, this guy's a home run threat anytime he touches the ball. I don't have it in
I believe
front of
well,
me.
your quote from our draft preview was that this guy is a home run threat on the bench, and also the
Yes.
Chargers have just made their pick, and I love their pick more than any of the picks that the Seahawks have made so far in the draft.
Yeah, so let me give you my my quick. So Devon Achane, he also worked on special teams, but he returned 10% of his kickoff returns for touchdowns. Now that's insanely impressive, because any special teams coach out there would trade, hey, if I can get 1 in 10 going for 6, home run.
Right.
And why don't you talk a little bit about this Chargers pick?
Yeah, Deion Henley out of Washington State University. This was my number one linebacker coming in, just because of the versatility this guy has. This guy started his college career as a wide receiver, then became a safety, and is now a absolutely amazing linebacker. This man is versatile. He can certainly come up and run support, but is also fantastic in space and in coverage. Yeah, I'm so sad to see this guy go to San Diego. Actually, I'm not. I do like San Diego as a team. They're one of the AFC teams that I like to root for, as long as they're not playing
Los
against
Angeles.
the Seattle Seahawks.
Los Angeles.
Yeah, sorry. Yep, I do it too. But yeah, this is a great pick. Again, super sad to see him come off the board before the Seahawks get another crack at him. But great pick.
Yeah, absolutely love this pick. I would have been stoked had the Seahawks grabbed him even in the second round. I'd have been fine with them taking him at the top of the second round. Obviously, that would have been high. You see how far he's fallen. But, great skills. His former wide receiver skills show when you see him in coverage. It's like he knows exactly what the other team is trying to do. He almost runs the route for the receiver. I mean, this guy has tons of versatility, tons of athleticism, really high ceiling, loads of potential. The Chargers got a good one in Deion Henley.
Oh, they got a great one. Yeah, Chargers are actually just nailing this draft. They've gotten some A+ players all across the board. Unlike a certain Northwest team that I'm currently frustrated with.
Well, let's see. We probably won't know tonight what that trade
compensation
was. They've been really slow to get it out here in these late rounds.
How about a second next year and a fifth this year? That'd be.
Yeah. How about an absolute steal by the Baltimore Ravens? Let's give it a chance to hit the broadcast. You will applaud this pick.
Will I?
You will. Yes. You will applaud them taking this pick. You might not applaud that this player's gone.
If this is Adebawore, I'm going to throw my computer.
Tell you what, it is not Adebawore.
Cool. I don't have to throw my computer. Good to know. If it's Darnell Washington, I'm going to shake my head, because they don't need a tight end.
No.
Taking their sweet time, NFL Network. Give me a break. Oop. Someone's texting. It's probably just Larry. I'll ignore it.
Here we go. That works. Okay. So we traded the 83rd pick and have acquired pick number 108. So the top of the 4th round, and a 2024 third round pick.
All right.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that.
All right.
Because essentially we went back 25 picks and got an extra third round for doing it.
Yep.
And who knows? The Broncos have a new coach. They're coming off a horrible season. They very well could be picking in the teens. So that could be a decent third round pick.
That. And San Francisco has just traded up. We still don't have Baltimore's pick in yet, but San Francisco just traded up for number 87.
They're probably going to pick Adebawore.
Yeah, this is a look after Deion Henley. This is another one of my favorite linebackers. I think this is a great pick by Baltimore. Certainly a necessary pick.
I knew you'd like this one.
Yeah, look, Simpson.
This is a steal in my book as well.
Yeah, Simpson is one of those guys that I think can play all over that linebackers room. I think he could easily play Sam or Will, but certainly has acquitted himself really well at middle linebacker. Guy's got great ball instincts. This would have been a sneaky pick for the Seahawks, I think, if they were looking at linebacker. But yeah, the Baltimore Ravens needed one, and they got their linebacker here for sure.
Absolutely. He's another one of these Clemson players who had an amazingly high profile coming into this season, and then just the subpar season by Clemson all around dropped his stock immensely. So glad to see him go. I think Baltimore is a great place for him. I think he can do a lot of damage in that defense, and I'm really happy for him. I don't think the Seahawks are going to go at off-ball linebacker, even though we had some pretty athletic, pretty intriguing prospects in this class. Yeah. Specifically Simpson and Henley, which now they don't have a shot at either because they've both been drafted.
Yeah. Yep. So I'm hoping the Seahawks don't get a linebacker. There are a couple guys. Well, actually, there's one other guy that I think you wouldn't mind them taking a look at tomorrow in Owen Pappoe.
You're talking about Owen Pappoe?
I am absolutely talking about Owen Pappoe. Yep. But again, not necessarily a position of need, although that's apparently been the order of the day is taking guys positions that they don't need. So yeah, my guess is Owen Pappoe probably their first selection of the 4th round if he's still on the board now.
Hey, he will make somebody's team primarily for his ability to play special teams and the fact that he's a linebacker who can cover.
Oh, I don't like this at all. I am not happy about this pick by San Francisco.
You're not happy about it, or
I am not happy about it.
Who did San Francisco select? I don't see it yet.
All right, I'll wait till you have it.
Yep,
yeah, I don't like it because I don't like it because I don't want them getting better, and this guy just made their team better.
Yep. Yeah. Well, okay. Tell you what, you are definitely higher on this player than I am. I think he is limited athletically, and that may benefit us with the wide receiver that we picked up in the first round. What's this guy's last name? Oh, Brown. I guess I don't have him. So I don't have a graphic for him. If you want to go ahead and put the banner up.
I will.
I thought I had one.
Right no, you're okay. Let me just.
He's a player I wanted to like more, and on film I like him. He's somebody who the testing doesn't match the film production, and in the NFL, you want him to play like he plays in college. But if his numbers are truly what they are, he's not going to match up in the NFL the same way he matched up in college. So we'll have to see how he's used. Loads of potential. I think if for some reason the numbers weren't what they were, then this guy could definitely be a highly productive player. So we'll just have to see how it shakes out.
Yeah. So spoiler alert. There we go. Jair Brown, safety out of Penn State. Yeah. So I agree that this guy's testing was what the reason that he's being taken here in the draft as opposed to earlier. But this guy deserves to be a day 2 pick. You just go back, just watch the on the field production. This guy is all over the field. He has great sideline to sideline. I don't want to say speed because he didn't show really good speed in his testing. But you watch him on film. He can get sideline to sideline and is a great coverage safety. But he can also come up and run support. He also is pretty good on the blitz coming off the edge. So I think it's a versatile guy. I am not happy that he's going to San Francisco at all.
All right. I'm kind of sweating these picks because with the
Seahawks here we go.
Picking 5th in the 4th round.
Yep. Jacksonville Jaguars have gotten that compliment that I said they needed for Travis Etienne.
Yes, they did. And I might have one of this guy, actually. I do. And that is one slow upload away from me putting a graphic up, which shows that they drafted running back Tank Bigsby out of Auburn.
Yeah, they need. Go ahead.
No, I'm just going to say I like what he brings to the table. I think He's somebody that they can definitely use. I mean, he's a real instinctual running back. Just somebody that I like. Yeah, he's somebody who can carry the load, and I think they might need that if Etienne gets injured. He's had some injuries in the past, and Tank Bigsby is someone who can come in, carry the load, be that bell cow running back. I do like this. I like this as a value pick for them here in the draft.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is a fantastic pick for them. Yeah, again, getting that compliment. This guy is a real hard-nosed runner, and looks great in space. Can definitely get those extra yards when engaging defensive players. So yeah, this is a pretty good pick for them. And yeah, I mean, good. The rich get richer. They're just building that offense around their quarterback, which is the right thing to do. Only after building in the trenches and getting some muscle up front, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, I mean that's how you make a successful team. Is you have
all right, got another trade.
Lines. Another trade.
The Rams have just traded up.
Yep.
To 89. So I'm sure they're going to pick somebody that's going to make me mad.
Here's where they're going to take Adebawore.
No, I
and then we'll have to go against him.
I please no. Although the fact that he's falling this far is blowing my mind.
I know. Well, honestly, the fact that Dwan Jones has fallen this far too is
yeah. I mean, look, there are still some fantastic players available. So I mean, I guess yay for the Seahawks for still having shots at these guys, but I still got to question their last two picks. Yeah, I mean, Roschon Johnson is still on the board, and I think Roschon Johnson would have been a better complement in our offensive scheme than Zach Charbonnet. Nothing against Zach Charbonnet, the player; he is a fantastic running back, but. Yeah.
No, I agree. I think Roschon Johnson's better than the last two backs that just went too. So
yeah, I agree. I think we're going to see Roschon Johnson go off the board in about 2 picks, though. If the Rams don't take him, which is a possibility, and I'll be very upset if they do, I think he's going to go to the Cowboys, which would be a fantastic freaking pick for the Cowboys. Although he's pretty much the same player as the guy that they just put the franchise tag on. Although that guy's injured, so he might not be able to start the season, in which case Roschon Johnson can certainly come in and fill that void early. So,
absolutely. See, the fifth round, fifth round is always where I had the Seahawks going running back. And I had them going with a guy that you like.
Where they should have gone. Yeah, I love Dwayne McBride. He would be a perfect complement to K9 because he is just a bruiser up the middle. The biggest problem with him though is he tends to fumble quite a bit. 6 fumbles over 2 years is not a great stat.
No, it is not.
So hey, hopefully Rams, Dwayne McBride, that should be your guy. We can get Kobe Bryant in there to punch that ball out some more, but.
Just for the story, I want to hear that Kobe Bryant met with Peanut Tillman. Work on some of that peanut punch.
Yep.
I know it's more instinct. It's not really something you can teach, but I just for the news story, I would love to hear that.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure. I'm not super angry about this pick. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, they're shoring up that defensive line again, which is not good for us here in Seattle because we still have yet to shore up our offensive line.
Oh yeah, no, it's a good pick. Let's see, are we gonna give the broadcast a chance, or are we just gonna?
Let it go? We can't. I'm typing it in right now. So, but yeah, we can vamp for a sec while I do that.
All right. So, yeah, he's gonna be difficult for us. At least now we're not going in with an undersized center. No offense to Austin Blythe. I think he played admirably for us. I think he gave his 110% every play he was out there. But you saw in the run game, a lot of times he ended up getting blown backwards, which won't happen with Evan Brown. And it won't happen with a few of the centers that are left in this class as well. And I know we would all, I'm just going to go ahead and speak for all of Seahawks fan nation here, say we would like for them to at least grab a center to come be
or
a
someone,
backup center.
Someone that can play center. He doesn't have to be a true center, but someone that can possibly pick up that. Sneezing like crazy here. I've never had allergies in my life, but since moving to New Mexico, they have come on with a vengeance. So, oof. And I might have to sneeze again.
All right, well, I'll just go ahead and talk a little bit about Kobe Turner. He had a really productive year. He's one of those guys who could probably tend to add a little bit of weight. They might play him as a 3-4 defensive end. But yeah, I mean, this guy, great stats. If you look at PFF grades, he had a 93.1 run defense grade. He had an 88.8 pass rush grade. I mean, this guy was all over the place, and he plays in a good conference. At Wake Forest, I believe they're in the ACC. Correct me if I'm wrong. So he went up against Florida State and Louisville and Clemson. So yeah, he played against some good competition, and he performed very well. I think the Rams got better with that pick. Definitely a guy I think who will contribute. I would like to see him add some more weight. Well, I guess I don't now that he's with the Rams. But adding weight is a place that he could definitely get better in the NFL. And the Cowboys did not go with Roschon Johnson, though you got the school correct.
I did get the school correct.
They went with, he changed this first and loaded up. They went with DeMarvion Overshown. Why don't you go ahead and talk a little about him while I'm getting this loaded up?
DeMarvion Overshown is pretty much an old school throwback interior linebacker. I mean, this guy's just about coming up and filling up holes and thumping. His biggest thing is he doesn't like to wrap up. He is not a good tackler. He can put the hurt on for sure, and when he runs into offensive players, they feel it. But he needs to learn to use his arms and his hands to wrap guys up. If he can do that, I think he's going to be fantastic at the next level. But right now, that is a pretty big knock. I mean, this guy missed a lot of tackles in college. So that's going to be something they're going to have to focus on with him for sure.
Yeah, I mean the Cowboys missing tackles, I'm okay with. I don't want. That's just a little deep rooted Cowboy hatred there. But no, I like this player. I think he has decent potential. I think this is maybe a little high for him. I saw him more as a 4th round guy, but they may have decided just to grab him in case they were worried about him not being available.
Yeah, no, fair point. I got to tell you, I think you're going to like the next pick even more, though.
Oh, yeah. Yep, definitely. So the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock next, despite what ESPN is currently airing, because they have this player going to Buffalo, which is not the case.
No, that is the case.
No, that is the case. That is the case. They must have traded because that was Kansas City's pick.
Okay. They did. Kansas City traded back one spot.
All right. Well, these people need to get up on their information. So the Kansas City Chiefs traded to the Buffalo Bills, and they were able to select another linebacker, and that is Dorian Williams out of Tulane. And I don't have a thing for him. So.
Oh no! All right, let me pull this up real quick.
Which leaves now the Kansas City Chiefs on the clock.
Indeed, they are.
Dorian Williams is somebody who was routinely mocked to the Seahawks, so he's kind of somebody I've been keeping an eye out for. Had a very down 2021. In fact, he was one of the worst graded linebackers in college football for 2021. But he came back, and 2022, he had an 83.3 PFF grade. He played great against a few teams, notably Memphis, where he was able to rise above. I think the Memphis football program's a little bit higher a profile than that of Tulane. He was able to step up and have an absolutely amazing game against them. So yeah, he's a good player. Somebody with more potential, I guess, than a floor, but good, solid tackler. He only had an 8% missed tackle rate. So somebody who can wrap up and get the job done.
Yeah, I think that the thing about him is he was also a captain on the Tulane squad. He is going to come in, I think, and take over that interior linebacker spot that was vacated along the Buffalo's defensive front seven. So I think this is a fantastic pick for them. They obviously knew that they needed to grab him, hope to avoid anyone else taking him after Overshawn went off the board. So yeah, good pick.
Yeah, he was actually 7th in the NCAA in tackles last year. So,
ooh, okay. So you know
this
guy can do
tools.
it then. Kansas City taking their sweet time here. Oh my God! By the way, sorry about that, guys. Let me fix the number here. He is not pick number 89, obviously. There we go. Pick number 91. And now we're just waiting for the Chiefs.
Yes, we are.
Oh, now that the Seahawks have, let me crack my back here. Now the Seahawks have 2 fourth-round picks.
Yeah, chiropractors everywhere are yelling at you.
Yeah, I know. Speaking as a future chiropractor yourself. But yeah, sitting in this chair this long is starting to weigh on my old man bones.
Oh, I hear you. In fact, I know you can see it because we have views of each other's cameras, even when those graphics are up on the screen. But every time I put one of those graphics up, I mute my mic and I stand up just so that I can get some blood flow through my legs. Because you're right, sitting down for 4 hours is not what my old self.
It's not. Well, no one's body is made to do that. As a matter of fact, I'm going to stand up right now. No human being's body is made to sit for that long. This is why I've never wanted an office job. But oh man.
All righty. We're coming up here on the end. We've just got 10 picks left as soon as Kansas City decides to make their pick. Oh,
they just did.
Yes, they did. They just announced it. They announced Wanya Morris, offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. So what do you see in this guy? I do not have
I see a guy that I think is going to come in and play right tackle for them right away. Definitely really strong in the run game. He's got good hands. Can definitely be a power pusher on that right side. Definitely needs to work on his pass blocking skills though. He is unfortunately can be bullied pretty easily in the pass rush game. So I think they're going to have to stick with that. He tends to be a little bit heavy footed and can't quite keep up with those speedier edge rushers. But he's going to be able to come away and open up holes in the run game right away. So pretty decent pick here. And again, another guy that I'm happy to see go because I don't think this was a great target for the Seahawks. But again, we're seeing guys in the trenches start to come off the board again, and that's where we need people. So. Ooh. Oklahoma, where the winds are. You guys don't want to hear me sing. But yeah, Kansas City building back that offensive line, which was their bugaboo last year, even though you wouldn't have known it if you watched the Super Bowl because That offensive line did exactly what they were supposed to and kept Patrick Mahomes clean the entire game. Which now means the Steelers are on the clock. I'm going to go ahead and switch that up. You know, we haven't seen is a trade up from the Seahawks, and historically, trade ups from the Seahawks have been a lot more successful than their trade downs. When they trade up to get a player, they almost always hit on it. So we're going to keep our eyes open for that. If the Seahawks do end up trading back up into this third round to grab a guy, and they've got the ammo to do it. 2-day 4 and 2-day or 2-round 4 and 2-round 5 picks, as well as a 6th and 7th. So they've got the ammo to maneuver if they want to. And obviously picking up that extra day 3 or 3rd round pick for next year. But we will see. We're just waiting on the Steelers pick to be coming in. And I did it again. I keep forgetting to change the numbers on there. Sorry, guys. I'm not the fastest typer in the world, and so getting back and getting all these changes up in time. So I apologize being a little bit slower on the graphics here today. I had a little bit more time yesterday, so I didn't have to be quite so speedy. Oops. So yeah, so we're seeing a lot of guys drop though. I mean, Adebawore is still on the board. The fantastic DN out of Northwestern, who I thought the Seahawks were targeting in that 2nd round. Clearly, they didn't need to, as he's continuing to fall. But I was surprising seeing them go with a defensive end and have his name not be Adebawore. And then, of course, watching them take Zach Charbonnet, I think me, like most of Seahawks Twitter, was just absolutely aghast. We never like it when the Seahawks take an early running back. It's been a pretty consistent way to get some negative feedback from the 12s. But they continue to do it. Look, they needed to take a running back. There's no doubt about that. Also, Pittsburgh gets a steal of a player. That pick I'm going to put up in just a sec. But the Seahawks continue to invoke the ire of their fans by taking early running backs, which is something that most people are not super stoked on when they do. In just 1 second, we'll get that next pick up for you guys. So yeah, we're seeing these people that kind of fell in the draft start to come off the board. In this case, the Steelers get another big weapon, and I do mean big, for their sophomore quarterback in Pickens. So yeah, here comes the Steelers with the 93rd overall pick in the 3rd round. Have taken Darnell Washington, tight end, out of Georgia. This man is an absolute beast in the run game. Tight ends should not be this big. This man is over 6'6" and weighs 260 plus pounds. So just a mountain of a player, and he is going to help open up that run game for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Great pick by them. Pittsburgh's having a really sneaky good draft this year. And I think this just kind of seals it that they're having a great draft, because this is one of my favorite players. My number 1 tight end. I liked him more than I liked anyone else because I think the upside with him was just stratosphere. This guy obviously was asked more to block than catch. He only had 45 catches his entire career at Georgia, and but he is going to be an absolute manimal along that offensive line. He's basically a 6th offensive lineman with his size and strength. So Really, really good pick. We're seeing a couple more trades come in. Looks like the Bengals have now traded up. The pick for the Arizona Cardinals is in. I will have that for you in just a minute. This is one of Robbie's favorite guys, so I'm sure he's going to be super disappointed knowing that this guy went to the Cardinals. But that is, they got themselves another weapon for Kyler Murray. This is wide receiver out of Stanford, Mr. Michael Wilson, one of Robbie's favorite players in this draft. This is a guy who Robbie thinks, if needed, this is another just kind of big-bodied slot guy, but could absolutely pack on a little bit more weight and move out to tight end in the NFL. Though I think he's probably going to stick at wide receiver and just kind of feast in the slot, which is a great spot for him. He is listed as a wide receiver. So yeah, the Cardinals get a good one. A guy that Robbie would have loved to see here in Seattle. Oops, sorry, I got to keep up with my stuff here. My apologies, guys. I'm now running all the stuff. That means now the Bengals are on the clock, which I will find them in just one sec. And where's the Bees?
I got you. It's not going to be under B. It's going to be under
Cincinnati.
Cincinnati. Yep.
I got it. I found it. It's up. But yeah. You just took it back down. So yeah, unfortunately, we saw two of our favorite guys go back to back here. Darnell Washington going to the Steelers, and then Michael Wilson going to the Cardinals. Which, yeah, I'm sure you're just so happy to see him in the division, right?
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to use him. I do expect them to trade Hopkins. He's not Hopkins, but he has potential to be pretty good. So we'll see how he's used. I do like the pick though, and the Steelers. I mean, Darnell Washington is a Steelers type player, so I think that's a good fit.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, I'm going to say it now. If they gave offensive rookie of the year trophies to guys that were monsters in the run game, he is going to win it hands down. Obviously, that's not going to happen, but it'd be something to see.
No, they're going to give it to the player who finished second in first place voting.
Yeah, yep. I think that's the new rules. So, yeah. What Robbie is referring to there is the fact that our guy, Mr. Kenneth Walker III, actually received more first place votes than anyone by a pretty decent margin. Unfortunately, he didn't get as many second or third place votes as Garrett Wilson did. And that's how Wilson took home the offensive rookie of the year, by being the second best rookie on offense. So
that's what you get from the biased East Coast media.
Lions
are on the clock. Sorry, I'm slacking.
Nope, Lions are not on the clock yet, unless you see Cincinnati's pick in. Is Cincinnati's pick in?
I show Cardinals, Detroit Cardinals again.
Oh, yep. I think
95, 96.
I think you are a bit. There was a trade. Cincinnati came up, and then Detroit came up. So it should be Cincinnati, Detroit, Washington is what you should see.
I do not. Let me refresh this. Let me refresh the screen. Maybe I
go ahead.
Froze. Because you're right. On my broadcast, I see Cincinnati. So
no worries. The Detroit Lions are up right after them. So there we go. Ooh, wow. Yeah. You want to talk about a steal. Good criminy. Cincinnati takes the guy that was my number 4 safety.
Oh yeah, Jordan Battle. Great player. I might have him. Let me go see if I got a graphic for Jordan Battle.
Yeah, obviously didn't get quite as much love in the draft lead up as his running mate at Alabama, but Jordan Battle is a fantastic throwback strong safety. He is going to come in and put the hurt on some guys for Cincinnati.
Yeah, well, and Brian Branch got to do all of the things he was able to do because they had somebody like Jordan Battle back there able to back him up. And So that speaks volumes to Jordan Battle's capabilities and abilities there as well.
Yeah, this is a fantastic pick by the Bengals. I am jealous of this. Oop, and another really good player going right after him to Detroit too.
All right, I don't quite have that one yet, but let's go ahead and throw Detroit on the clock while we're waiting for the broadcast to catch up.
Yeah, their defensive line is looking scary in Detroit. I'm going to say that. Looking mighty scary.
Oh, love this pick.
I knew you would.
Love this pick. Somebody I thought maybe the Seahawks would have been targeting. Big nose tackle. I don't have a graphic for him, but Broderick Martin out of Western Kentucky. Big 340-pound nose, like one of the few true nose tackles in this class. Pretty solid, well-rounded guy. 6'5", 330. He's strong. Yeah, I really like him. I think they got a real good one. They got kind of, I'm not going to say it's a steal because I think they got him about where I would have normally expected him to go.
Yeah, I think he was pretty solidly a third-round guy.
But yeah, no, I like it for him. It's funny on PFF, users can kind of guess who they would pick at that or say who they would pick. And so everybody said Siaki Ika, and then they went and got another nose kind of in that same pick. So right thinking, wrong player.
Yep. Now look, that just means that Siaki Ika is still available for the Seahawks to actually address their defensive line needs. At least currently, there's still 6 more picks to go before we're out of this round, and then 3 more tomorrow before the Seahawks are on the clock. So, but there are some players. Look, we still got chances at some great players. Yep. I'm not freaking out completely. But yeah, still got a question that. Look, I think I can see the logic behind getting Zach Charbonnet. I really can. We wanted a good hard runner for in between the tackles to spell K9. But also a guy that can come in and do some of those really nice. He's really good on reverses and sweeps as well. And can probably help us out in the return game. So Zach Charbonnet is going to come in right away, and I think help. But unless we're trading Darrell Taylor and Boye Mafe, I don't see where we're going to get the guy that they took first in the second round some snaps on defense.
I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Let's see. So the Commanders are on the clock.
They are.
This could be a spot where Jake Haener goes.
Ooh.
Possibly the Raiders.
Jake Haener, Sam Howell. That would be nice. Jake Haener, Sam Howell. I would love that. That's a good pairing. Although I at this point I think the Seahawks are going to take a quarterback with their first pick in the 4th round. So I'd rather Jake Haener was there. Although we could get
fair.
We could get Jaron Hall as well, which is another great guy. Or, there's also that kid out of Georgia, Stetson Bennett.
One of my favorites. Plus, that's just because he's a gamer.
Yeah,
he's going to prove you wrong every chance he gets.
Must be on a commercial break here because they're taking their sweet time with this Washington pick.
Yes, they are. Which is good. Hopefully, that means the other guys get their picks in.
Yeah. I'm at this point, I'm pretty sure we can announce the next 6 picks. Where they just haven't. I got to tell you, man, the juxtaposition between how I was feeling at the start of the day today and how I'm feeling now could not be more different. It's night and day. I am nervous and anxious and honestly starting to feel a little hole in the pit of my stomach because of the hole that is in the middle of our offensive and defensive lines right now.
Yes, 100%.
Oh, here we go. And once again, another guy comes off the board that I think the Seahawks were probably taking a look at, especially this late in the draft. But he's got some knocks on his game, so it's not like I'm, truly upset that they didn't get him. There's still a couple really great center prospects out there, so the Seahawks haven't completely blown it in that category. But
they went out and got.
It's starting to get thin.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And the Washington Commanders went and picked up Ricky Stromberg out of Arkansas. Now, he has a lot of snaps under his belt. I think 3 years starting at center, over 800 snaps every year. So real experience at that center position. But he's somebody who has had multiple shoulder surgeries, and you see that in his hand and arm placement and in his hand timing from ball to a good pass protecting position. So that could be exploited at the NFL level. We'll have to see. But a good leader, good teammate, somebody who has a lot of experience as well. So I see him not as a starter in the NFL, though, as more of a rotational, maybe your second string center, maybe a guy who might be able to get some snaps at guard. But we'll see how that shakes out.
I think I do think that he's a true center. Again, the hand thing is concerning. I think that if they don't like him at center right now, he could easily come in and start for him at guard. That's a position that they are thin at. And speaking of thin positions, and when I say thin, I of course mean thick, because the next guy off the board is thick.
I haven't seen it yet. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You're about to.
Let's see. I actually have this one.
All right. We'll take Ricky Stromberg down.
All right. So why don't you go ahead and talk about this guy while I'm loading this up?
The big man, Siaki Ika. This is a guy that was getting mocked to the Seahawks for a little while. That kind of petered off as we got closer to the draft. But this is one of the few true nose guards in this draft. He has some concerns with his game, but what he doesn't have concerns with is his weight. This guy is huge, an absolute manimal, a force in the run game. He will be plugging up every hole that shows up along that offensive line. Myles Garrett has got to love this pick, because he is going to be eating up blocks and letting Garrett shine with a one-on-one tackle. So this is a great pick by the Cleveland Browns. Obviously, I'm a little upset because this means that there really aren't any true nose tackles left in this draft. There are some guys that can play nose tackle. I'm sorry. Yes, I was correct. There's one, but I bet you we're going to see him come off the board in the next two picks.
Oh, that would hurt my soul.
It's going to happen.
That would hurt my soul.
I'm calling it right now. For those of you that don't know, the person I'm speaking, you know what? I'm not even going to put it out in the universe just for
Don't
Robbie.
even do it.
I'm going to hold my breath. Oh my gosh! Look at this. Look at this. We have a kicker. We have a kicker.
Our first
this
kicker
makes me
is
happy.
off the board.
This makes me
happy.
happy.
I do not have any kickers.
But it's good. I love that Thank you for taking a kicker, San Francisco. Even though this guy, that just means we're going to have to see this guy. He's probably going to be a really good kicker in the NFL, which I guess isn't a good thing.
Well, yeah. I mean, kickers don't go in the third round unless they're slated to start almost right away. He is kicker. He's pretty good.
By a long shot. He's the number one kicker. Yeah. So, sorry, Jake Moody out of Michigan. That's the guy that we're talking about right now. Kicker out of Michigan. This guy was incredibly accurate in college. He's also got a heck of a leg. This guy can definitely kick it downfield. They're not going to have any issues with any game-winning 50-yard field goals, which I guess makes me a little upset.
Maybe he'll have trouble kicking against noise in Seattle.
There you go. That's what we got to hope for.
He can make all his other ones. I don't care. Just miss against Seattle and every other divisional opponent.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of forgot what we were talking about for a minute there. I don't want the 49ers to get game-winning field goals in this league. So sorry. Jake Moody. I take that back. I hope you can be amazing on your second team.
Yeah. When they cut you due to injury and move you. Not that I want you
not
to
get
get
injury.
Boss.
I don't want anybody to get injured.
Yeah,
I want you to miss a couple game-winning game-winning kicks.
Yeah.
And then
just
when they cut you and you sign with another team, you can go have an all-pro Hall of Fame career with that team.
There you go. Sounds great. Sounds like a plan. All right, the Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock.
Yes, they are.
They got to get a quarterback, don't they? I mean, I feel like they need their only quarterback on their roster right now is the oft injured guy whose name I'm spacing. Second rounder for the New England Patriots, former starter for the San Francisco 49ers, who we just talked about. Yeah. Thank you, Jimmy Garoppolo. Big Jimmy G is their only quarterback. Well, sorry, I guess that's not their only quarterback. They do have their backup, who's been a career backup in the NFL, mostly with New England. So he comes over and knows the system. But yeah, I think you might want to take a chance on somebody that could potentially take that starting job. And I do believe Mr. Jacob Haener is still on the board.
Yeah. I mean, that would be a good move. Other than that, there are some quarterback needy teams. I could see at 107, start of the 4th round, New England taking a quarterback right before the Seahawks pick. Raiders are picking pretty early in the 4th as well, because we're in the middle of compensatory picks. So
we are indeed.
It kind of goes out of order as we get here at the end.
And we clearly are on another nice 3.5-minute commercial break.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Hey, you got to get that ad revenue.
Yep. We'll eventually know what that's like here. Although I imagine we're going to be reading sides as opposed to cutting to commercial.
We'll try to make them funny if we ever do it. I don't know if we're going to sell out.
Oh,
I can say that now. It's really easy to have principles when somebody's not waving a fistful of cash in your face.
This is very true.
Yeah.
This is very, very true.
Well, have you updated with their Raiders pick yet?
Nope, not yet. Do you have it? I don't have it.
I do. No, they haven't announced it yet, so let's give them a chance to.
I can announce this, that the Vikings have traded in for the 39th pick in the very last pick in the round.
All right. I wonder who they're coming up to get.
That's a good question. Possibly a quarterback.
They could be coming up to grab a Haener, or maybe
what's his name out of Tulane's another guy that they could be looking at.
Out of Tulane, I was thinking Tanner McKee out of Stanford, possibly.
Or Dorian out of UCLA. He's also another guy.
Yeah, though teams are either really high on him, or not really high. They're either middle of the road or bottom of the basement with him, and I don't get it. He has a ton of experience. Clayton Tune could be an option too.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yep, there are quite a few guys. If the NFL ever gets back from its giant commercial break here, geez.
Wow, we already have the next pick in and listed. All right, we're just gonna scoop them because they're taking their sweet time. All right. So the Raiders at pick 100 have selected wide receiver out of Cincinnati, Trey Tucker. Yeah,
not the top Cincinnati receiver that I had on my board, but
no, me either. He's a very consistent player. But the production is going to be that couple 100 yards a year guy, maybe 2 or 3 touchdowns. That's who this guy is. And I don't know if you take that guy in the 3rd round. That seems like more of a 5th, 6th round player to me. I don't know a ton about him. So I will say that first off, I'll admit it. I haven't done a ton of work on Trey Tucker. I was looking at the other guy from Cincinnati.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I mean, he must be for special teams value. He's a guy who is a returner. In fact, he was the postseason All-American for his conference return player. So this must be a special teams pick.
Yeah, I think that's a good bet. I don't know that you take a special teams pick in the 3rd round. I mean, apparently the Las Vegas Raiders do, but
if you have a good special teams unit and you're just one player away, then yeah, you do, because now you've
that's
solidified your special teams unit. You got to think a return player can really change the game.
Here's another pick that I'm not happy about.
Yeah. So they're announcing the 49ers pick right now.
Yep.
All right. I don't have either of these guys. So the 49ers have selected tight end out of Alabama, Cameron Letu, who you were higher on than I am, even though he's kind of a guy who fits what I like in tight ends.
Yeah, I mean, so this is a pretty stoutly built tight end. You know, he's 6'2", weighs 230, has decent length, and he can definitely catch the ball and high point it. But this is definitely more of an inline tight end, which is good for them. You know, they need someone that's going to help kind of shore up the other side of that line opposite George Kittle. But I think this is a sneaky good pick for the San Francisco 49ers, a sneaky good pick that I'm pretty freaking upset about. I'm not going to lie.
Now, was he injured last year? Because all I'm getting are stats from 2022. So
yes, he had a high ankle injury, I believe, that kept him out all season. But he go back and watch some of his 2021 tape, and he is a pretty efficient blocker. He's got a mean streak for sure when lined up and pushing back defensive ends, but pretty soft hands.
All right, so somebody who can be an inline guy as well as help you out in the pass game, which we don't want because he went to San Francisco.
Exactly. So. I'm getting really sick of these sneaky good picks by in division opponents.
Yep. All right, and then this would be the final pick here in the third round, number 102, going to the Minnesota Vikings, who you said they traded up to take this pick.
They did.
And currently at the podium. So let's see who this pick is. All right. The pick is in. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
really
cornerback Mekhi Blackman out of USC.
Yeah, really, really versatile cover corner. This guy's got all the skills. He can definitely play press man, but has a pretty decent top end speed to him as well. So, this is a really, really good pick.
Yeah, and he had a really good season in coverage. Really, I'm going to say he's a good run support guy out of the corner position, but this guy can lock you down in coverage. He's not going to get a ton of turnovers. He had 3 interceptions this past year, but he only has 5 for his college career. But yeah, this guy will harass and definitely make you work to complete passes against him. So
yeah, this is a guy that I thought could be on the Seahawks radar. I think we talked about it when we did our rankings, because he looks like he's got that prototypical Seahawks corner look to him. You know, he's tall, lean, super athletic. Not a ball hawk, but great in press coverage. Good at keeping his hands on the receiver at all times, and matching downfield. So really good pick by the Minnesota Vikings. And yeah, that's it for round 3, guys. That is all 39 picks in the books. Wow. So the Seahawks didn't take a single pick, didn't pick a single guy in the third round, picked 2 guys in the second round that I think both of us are just still shaking our heads about.
They better load up on offensive and defensive line tomorrow in order for it to make sense. Because right now, what the Seahawks did in the second round doesn't make sense. We knew maybe an edge rusher later in the draft in a deep class. We knew maybe a running back later in the draft in a deep class would be good picks. But you don't pick those guys early where you possibly need starters. I mean, we still have holes in our defensive line that haven't been addressed, and they're not addressed with an edge rusher. we have holes in our offensive line because we have zero depth for the offensive line. You could technically put together a starting line from what we have on the team, but you don't have anybody to sit behind those guys. And those probably aren't the best starting five that you could think of when you had high picks in the draft. So really confused on what they did today. I really need to see what they're going to do tomorrow, because this is not jiving with me right now.
Yeah, look, I think we still had more questions than answers coming out of the first round, but we had to applaud the picks just because the guys they took were the best at their respective positions. This cannot be said for their day 2 picks, where I have even more questions about what the plan is. Look, there's nothing against the players. Zach Charbonnet is absolutely a baller and will be a good complement to K9.
Well, Derek Hall is a good player too. He's just not who you should have picked at that position. I don't care if he's a workout warrior. I don't care if he brings a ton of energy. Like, these are all the things people are saying. That's not what they need. And if they're trying to compete this year, you don't take a player who's going to replace the player you took 3 drafts ago, who you're not going to resign at the end of the season, which is basically what they did. They took Darrell Taylor,
especially not when we had. Yeah, because we have holes that we need to fill, starting positions that are open. Whereas we took with two rotational guys with 2 pretty premium draft picks, which is pretty mind blowing.
We definitely did not need a defensive lineman who has trouble stopping the run, because we had plenty of.
Yeah, we have it. We've got that. We got it all over the place.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm going to be a little salty about this until I see what they do tomorrow. They go get Jared Clark. They go get Oluwatimi. They address the actual positions that they need to, and maybe I'll be okay with them going for value picks on day 2 when they should have gone for guys who are actually going to impact the team.
Yeah, I've still got guys that I think they can target, that can come in and help right away. Jared Clark, obviously, along the defensive line. Adebawore is still available too.
Yep,
I think that would be a fantastic pick in the 4th round. Oluwatimi or even Luke Weipler, but we need to get a guy that's going to come in and compete for that center position or guard position. I think Zach Kuntz could be a sneaky good pick for us in the 4th round too, or maybe even later if he drops, because I think we still need to address the tight end position, and there are still guys. Will Mallory is another tight end that's out there that I think would be a good fit in the Seahawks scheme. There are players. Look, that we have 6 picks still. So we've got ammo. We've got a lot of picks. But 6 picks still only leaves us with 9 total picks. No, I'm sorry. That would get us.
No, we got
10.
it back. We have 10.
Yeah, with 10. So, but again, there are so many positions of need to address, and look, if we can find a way to come away with the 6 guys that I just listed, then great. No complaints. Fantastic draft. I'll shut up and say, okay, day 2 is just a wash. But I don't see us coming up with all those guys, because I think all those guys that I mentioned are going in the 4th round. So we've got some work to do. All
righty. Well, we've officially put the Bears on the clock. And there they will sit until tomorrow, when they pick the first pick in the 4th round. And we will be live with you through the entirety of the draft, because we are gluttons for punishment. And apparently my voice needed a workout. So here we go.
It's going to get it.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you for watching the draft and interacting with us. Until tomorrow, go Hawks.
Go Hawks.